So it comes out in 2022, and then it's going to probably sunset um 3 years later. Okay. And when it does a sunset, it's actually going to change those numbers on the 1202. It might be a 1203 next time and 1204. So keep those things in mind, that if you guys once we finish the 20 weeks and we decide not to take the exam, but later down the road we do, then check to see which number that they're on, to make sure that you are freshen up on that material. Because once they change that number to a 3 or a 4 on the 12 and the 11, then they're going to probably add some new objective in. All right, and we'll go over the objectives in just a second. So we want to make sure that those things are in place. Uh, this site also shows us that it's going to be a 90-minute per exam, and they're going to probably give you around 100 questions. I say 100, they say 90. The reason why I say 100 is because they're going to give you also some things called performance based questions. So these are the drag and drops. They're going to give you some pictures to look at and then ask you logically, what do you think of the picture? Or what is the scenario happening in that picture? Those typically tend to be like five to six questions. So yeah, I know my math ain't right. That's 95, 96. Trust me, it's going to be around 100. Let's train for 100 questions. Okay. Now, passing wise is going to be a passing score of 675, and that's for the old one. For the new one, is going to be a 700. And these are weighted exams. What that mean? Um, it means that they're going to ask you questions based off of what do you know the least of. And so what that means is that if they're going to ask you, let's say 10 questions, and they're all different weighted questions, and you are knocking out the part the easy ones on a particular subject. Let's just say it's this you're knocking out the hardware part easy, but you're having a struggling part on the networking. They're going to start peppering you more on the networking questions, and so that shifts the weight to your weakness. And so that's where, when it comes to our studying, we need to make sure that we have a nice balance of knowing a good bit of everything at a strong level. Meaning, when someone asks you the meaning of binary numbers, we need to be able to explain to them, like if you were teaching someone who's never heard of binary numbers, and we just need to make sure that we can explain it to them to where they can explain it back to us. Okay. That way, when they give you these multiple choice questions, they're not tripping you up, because that's a great way that CompTIA loves to do their exams, is that, and this is on the Security Plus too, they will give you a bunch of stuff to, like, definitions to remember, but then we like to kind of just know the top level of it, never really kind of go deep into it. And then they will ask a question that's not deep, not necessarily terribly like, oh my god, complicated. They just ask it in a tricky way, and then that tricks you into spending more time on it and second guessing yourself. Okay, so keep those things in mind. Last piece here, and then we'll jump to another screen. Pearson View is where we need to actually sign up and take these tests. So these tests will be at a testing center sponsored by Pearson View, which is so a misconception is that you sign up for the exam on a CompTIA site. We don't do that. You go over here to this site, and I'll put this in our classroom. We want to make sure that we go to this site here. Allow and continue, and we go to sign in for our CompTIA exam via Pearson View. Pearson View will take your zip code, and it will show you the testing sites that's around you. Typically, this is going to be like a technical school or a technical college that's near you, maybe an adult education center that's near you. Maybe your local college might have a testing center there, and they will show you the times that you can take those tests. It's typically going to be on a Monday through Friday, but me personally, I like to look for time slots on a Saturday, um, only because I don't want to take off work to go take an exam. And just know that, and we'll go over this at the end of core one and core two when we are preparing for the exam. When we're taking or preparing for those type of test sites, that um they're trying to take not trying to take you out of your element. For me personally, it was cold in there, and I don't do good cold, so I stopped reading my questions. I was just kind of thinking about, man, I'm warming back up, and that caused me to actually fail, I believe, one of my security plus exams. The So keep those things in mind when you're picking a testing center, and then if you want to actually go to a testing center, these tests are also proctored. What does that mean is that you could take it in your own home, but you got to have your camera on all the time. So it's not like Pivot where you can have it on and you kind of maybe go off camera a little bit or whatnot. They want to see that you're in a solitude space. They're going to ask you to pick your camera up and go around the room to make sure that there's nothing on the desk, nothing on the walls, or anything like that. So it's preferably, um, you need to have a space for that, because they're not going to give you any opportunity to try to cheat on the exam. All right. But they do offer that, especially since COVID happened a couple of years ago. Any questions?
No, officer, and no, professor. I just wanted to say hi. I'm so sorry about that.
Ain't no problem.
I got late because I was like, "What's the link? What's the link? What's the link?"
Not a
Couldn't
problem.
find
It's
the
in
link.
the Google Classroom for tomorrow.
Got it.
I wanted to
Um,
say the price for this. I wanted to say the price. Oh, yeah, got to put it in the cart now. So, all right, just to put it in perspective, this is the amount for the exam if we wanted to pay for this out of pocket. All right, so I put this up here just because this is a great opportunity for you guys to get a well-known certification for um, a good bit of money. All right. So keep those things in mind when it comes to actually, let's go ahead and knock this certification out if we can, because I believe everybody can get the core one and core two. Now you can take the core one, and when you're ready to take the core two, then sign up and take the core two. Okay, you don't have to take both of them at the same time. They can be separate tests.
So do we get a voucher for that, and would it cover both of them, or how does that work?
From what Dr. Blair was saying, that after the first 9 to 10 months, sorry, weeks, they're going to purchase I'm sorry, after the 20 weeks, they will give you an option on whether you want to take all three tests, which is the core one, core two, and security plus, or if you just want to take the core one and core two, and they will pay for those. So is really about how you feel, or I'm sorry, on if you don't want to take the core one and core two, you could just take the security plus at the end too. So they give you a kind of a good bit of options at the end to make sure that we get all the material in, which is great. And then two, whatever you feel strong about and how we actually start to build our resume and our LinkedIn pages, this is where you could decide which core or certification you wanted to go for. So with that being said, when she buys, she's going to get you guys this. This is the Cert Master here. So this is going to be key for not only the 20 weeks, but this is good for a whole year. So please, 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 when you get the email from Dr. Blair or Mary Cruz, that you do not lose this email. Go in here, register for this particular LMS, and open it up. The reason why I stress this so much is because this is going to give you all of the work, all of the literature that you need. Right. This is what we're going over today. It's going to give you all of the lessons. Right. All in literature wise. Then they're going to give you some PBQs. I talked about PBQs a little bit earlier. They're going to give you the PBQs, not necessarily that you're going to see on the exam, but you get an idea of what you may see on the exam. And that's going to be key. And you get to run these over and over again. We'll go over one today. Another thing that's great, and James, you hinted at this weekend, is that you'll have labs too in this Cert Master. You have tons of labs that we can work on. This is also why I stress that we need to be on a laptop or a desktop, is because when we spin these labs up, then I want you to get the idea that we're working in a business environment and we're using our keyboard and our mouse to navigate around. And these labs are perfect for that. So this will give you this will give you the experience that you need for the job. These labs here. And that's for the core 1, that's for core 2. Core 2 has labs. Let's go up in there. Right? Core 2 has labs. And then of course, Security Plus I have labs as well. And James, this is what you was asking about Kali Linux. Kali Linux will live up in here the most. Now it is in core 2, I think. But Kali Linux is we'll definitely go over that with these labs here. All right. So to reiterate, these labs will give us the experiences that we are lacking, if we are lacking any, right? And then we could say, hey, if we never mind this is a pop-up that my computer is anyway. The labs will give us the experiences that we need to put on our resumes and on our LinkedIn's. And so if we could get that squared away with our screen recordings, so let me show y'all this. Well, I already took it. Anyway, this is called, let me go to my start menu and type in snipping tool. First of all, raise of hands, who's working on a Windows computer and who got a Mac? I know I heard of one Mac in here. Any more Macs in here?
Just Windows, the real system.
No comment.
Windows.
All right. Okay. No, it's
I'm with Windows.
okay. It's no okay, I got a couple of Macs. Okay. It's not going to I'll find you a snipping tool there too. But for my Windows users, I'm pretty sure that Apple has a screen recorder defaulted on their PCs. But if you're working on a Windows, I want you to look up snipping tool. So this snipping tool here is what I use to take sorry, y'all. This is what I use to take the picture of the class, right? So this is a native screen grabber. But if I slide this over, matter of fact, I'm gonna just show y'all. If I slide this over, then I can screen record and actually have my mouse moving around. The reason why I want that is because once I hit stop on that screen recorder, it's going to create me a video document. I can go and upload that to my LinkedIn, put it in the caption that this is me working in a lab, working on these particular um, work points for that particular job that you're trying to get. Just showing that you have that drive to work with these different types of systems. So that's what I believe at the end of the 20 weeks, I want to have you guys at least have some videos up on your LinkedIn to show employers that you're working in the field with the tools that we use on a day-to-day basis. All right. So that's your Cert Master. So again, one more thing that they have is they have study questions. Tons and tons of study questions. Practice, and you could get used to the type of wording that CompTIA uses, and you could constantly build yourself ready for the actual exam. Then, hopefully once we get over that hump, of knowing the material, then it'll just come down to, can we have a good breakfast, get a good night's sleep, go in there, good energy, take the test, pass the test, move on to the next thing. Any questions? All right.
So do you
Let's.
need, I have a question.
Hmm?
Do you need to take all three of
Lesson one: motherboards and connectors. So, um, in this lesson, we're going to talk about, of course, the hardware of a computer, of a desktop, pretty much. But we're going to also, motherboards are in laptops as well, right? So, for those that are not as experienced in this type of field, hopefully we go over some things that'll help you out when going to go to Best Buy and buy your next computer. And for those who are more advanced in IT, been in IT for a while, maybe we go over some things that you maybe glossed over, and you know what, I didn't think about it like that. So, but I'm pretty sure this is going to be good information, and hopefully we have some good conversation over it. All right, let's jump into it. Cable types and connectors. So this is your typical desktop computer, right? So we could sometimes we may call this a tower, um, but I typically call it a desktop. Reason for it is going to be at a desk. Either it could sit on a desktop, or typically you're going to see it under a desk, right? But these are typically your more cheaper computer nowadays, where when I was growing up, these were terribly expensive. And not even really. Let's not talk about laptops, but these are probably in all your businesses that you can go into, whether it's a gas station, a library, or a banking company. You're gonna probably see some type of desktop tower around. And in core one, we typically talk about what's the maintenance for a tower. We typically don't want to have them close to a wall. We want to have some type of ventilation for them. Um, if you have a tower in your house, or if you see one that's kind of just confined with other things and it can't really breathe around this area here, so you see these vents down here, these vents are meant for that airflow to go in, and then it goes out on the back end where the fan is at. And so it generates a lot of heat on that motherboard because it's constantly thinking, constantly trying to um, get rid of the commands that we've given it, and so it creates heat. We need to dissipate that heat some type of way. But if we have those things clogged up, then we could typically overheat a tower pretty easily. When I was in Iraq, it was easy to actually, first get them filled with dust, and then second, by then, Iraq would get up to 130 easy on a summer day. It would easily overheat as well if we had them stuffed away in the corner of a desk versus it being out and on top of a desk and where it could breathe. Now, in this tower, we see different things such as a CD drive or optical disk drive, and then we have two bays that we can put more additives or more components to our desktop, right? So for those that are into gaming, we can take our PC tower and add more components to it that we see fit. Um, but typically in a business environment, these things are kind of preset and pre-built, and we're not going to really add anything to it. Security wise, if we're talking about cybersecurity here, if we already have it pre-built, then you don't get to add anything as an employee. That's a no-no. Don't do that. Okay. So this is the back of the tower, right? So we have not only do we have a fan here, which is, you see all these dots here. This is one fan for the actual motherboard and the CPU, but you have a fan here for that the power supply. And typically sometimes in servers, these power supplies can go bad and we need to change these things out. But and what I mean by bad, not the actual power here, but the fan may go bad and it's not allowing that heat to dissipate. So we need to change those things out. Right. Now you also have their connectors back here, whether it be USB, HDMI, DVI, um, VGA, sound, all of these inputs here. But as you can see here, sometimes you have a redundancy of it to where we can use our expansion cards, our expansion being able to expand our capabilities and be able to add even more features down here, right? Now we don't have them in use. We typically keep these. It's kind of like a little small tin plate on it, and it's easy to go into the side of a desktop and actually open it up in order to see um, the components in the desktop. I had a picture here. Now I gotta get y'all back on my computer. So you can see here that this computer is on. You typically open these computers up on their side, and you could go in and put different components in and slot them in there, and they are typically plug and play. So no major configurations that you got to really do. Um, the computer will actually, when I say plug and play, take it and actually make it work right then and there. Like typically, like when you plug in a mouse or a keyboard, it just works. After now, in some cases, you may see the drivers download if you got one of the high speed uh, mice or keypads, but typically it just works because nothing really special to do. All right, it's not an application where I'm not getting into that. All right, and I'm sorry, y'all, if you hear me trying to talk myself back. I don't want to get down the rabbit hole, but y'all just let me know if you want me to explain something or not. If but all right,
Yeah,
let's keep it moving.
I was getting ready to ask you too about the now we've been used to those standard size towers like that, but now they make the more what they call mini towers,
Yeah,
uh things like that. So that pretty much would be about the same too, right?
more efficient, more efficient. I would think the best thing about it is that it frees up space. If we don't have to, in security, we have something called a clean desk policy, and just like it says, if the less mess I could keep on my desk, more than likely I can keep any type of uh, sensitive information off my desk as well. Well, guess what? That desktop might be sensitive information too. And it's easy for a janitor, somebody posing as a janitor, to put the janitor shirt on, come in there, snatch the desktop, walk on out the door. Now, if it's a smaller desktop, I get it. You might be setting yourself up. But this is why we have the meetings. We have a meeting every Monday morning, and we talk about where we want to go when it comes to cybersecurity. Um, where do we want to push the business? And we have to be that we have to know what's best for the business security wise, and then make those different types of suggestions. So, in your point, you may say, "Hey, they got the smaller ones now." I might contradict that, not contradict, but I might counter that by saying, let's make a certain department have the smaller ones that maybe it's the HR department. And the reason why I said the HR department is because they are behind a closed locked door, a combination door at that. So that eases my mind of someone going in there and actually taking the desktop. Now, efficiency may come off of when we're going to talk about the SATA drive, how much RAM they got into it. How beefy is the machine? Do we really need it beefed up? Because if we need it beefed up, then maybe our marketing department needs to have that in order to, do a lot of media files and things like that, and have a lot of processing power. But maybe legal doesn't need a beefed up machine. Legal just needs to open up Microsoft Word, you know. So we don't really, we take all those things into consideration. So long story short, we have to talk about it.
Well, but then I know that they can put these codes and stuff on there. Well, of course, we just did talk about this earlier about the security measures. To whereas if a person tries to walk out the door with one of those little smaller ones, there's a tag that can be that's on there that would set off the security alarm, let them know somebody's trying to walk about the door with one of them.
Yeah, there, but let's say if we can't afford that, right? And you get me going right down the rabbit hole. If we can't afford that particular system, maybe we do audit checks every month on our assets. We put the sticker on there, our serial number, and then we have the intern go in there. Hey, intern, thanks for applying. Go and make sure that all of our equipment is here, and we make sure that if someone takes something, maybe we can remote wipe it whenever they do power it up and it connects to the internet. We'll learn about that in mobile device management. Uh, Maybe we can't put that on the desktop. Maybe we can. But it's all about how much the budget is. If we had unlimited budget, if we worked at Google or Amazon, yeah, we could do a lot of high speed stuff. And but if we're working at the local bank that's just local for our particular county, man, we might not have that. We might have to come up with creative ways to have those things in place. Good question, though. All right, let's jump into peripheral devices. Peripheral. When you think about peripherals, anything that's right on the peripheral eyes, right on your sides, things that plug into the machine, things that are not necessarily there but can talk to our machines. And our typical one will be a SATA drive or a what we may call a thumb drive, not a thumb drive, external drive. That's what that was a perfect example. Which y'all seen that window that popped up, and I kind of stopped in the middle and said, "Hey, that's just my computer acting crazy." That's a bad cable on my external drive that's constantly disconnecting and reconnecting with my computer. So that SATA hard drive is a peripheral device that we can plug into our computer here. Now that could be our phones too, right? Our tablets, watches, smart devices. All of those things can be considered as a peripheral device that the computer can look at and actually talk to. Not necessarily talk the whole language of that particular device, but they can acknowledge that it's there, right? You typically when I say that, you typically see that when you plug in an Apple iPhone to a Windows desktop. I recognize the iPhone. I may not be able to talk to it unless I get a piece of software that can talk to the iPhone. Whereas a proprietary piece, uh, MacBook, and any of the Apple devices, the ecosystem is top notch. Any product can talk to any other Apple product, but they don't talk to nobody else like that. Moving on, different types of USB cables. So what we've seen over the past couple of years, and I don't know if you guys have paid attention to it. We have seen a ton of USB A type A's, right? So we've seen this square type of input here with the square male piece here that will slide into the square pieces, right? We've seen that a ton, but now they're moving to a more C uh, type of builds. And what I mean by that is that a lot of manufacturers are putting in Type C USB ports versus the Type A's now. Type C's is going to be able to transfer data a lot quicker, and is going to be faster when it comes to charging. You can run, I want to say, up to 100 watts on a particular USB C cable, but you have to have the right ones. Um, you can't have a kind of like a lower end USB C. You need more of a higher end that can transfer video data across that wire as well. All right. Now, given these other ports here, Core One does want you to understand the looks of these different cables, and they will want you to know the speeds of these cables. You will see those speeds whenever we get the cert master for you when we start to read the they. I wouldn't say you would need to know the speed by uh verbatim, but it'll be good to go over 'em. So these micro Type B micro USBs, these used to be for the old Androids, and then they made that transition into USB A's. As the same thing where a lot of these ports actually, some of them are still in production, when a lot of them, such as the Type B, may not be in production as much. The Type B Mini, I'm sorry, not much in production, but the Type B for both 3.0 and the 2.0, you may see on a lot of printers as a direct connection. All right, moving on. We got HDMIs and display ports. Now, the one thing that I've learned is that HDMI, in my opinion, was the end all be all when it came to clarity and showing the best picture on a desktop or any type of monitor or a TV, right? But if you have the right graphics card, because I've been introduced to gaming PCs not too long ago. If you got the right graphics card, a display port will definitely give you the clarity that you want. Not saying that a HDMI is bad, but um, the clarity from the display port I have seen to be a lot noticeable. But at the same time, the graphics card on those gaming PCs are robust, and that was the picture that we had earlier. They are robust, and we'll get to it later. Another thing about display ports is that they can be daisy chains, and the daisy chain is where we take our desktop monitor or desktop computer, but we have multiple monitors hooked to that particular computer. So like I told you guys on last week, that I have the whole class on my left monitor, but on my monitor that's straight ahead I see the actual slides. Not saying that these are daisy chains, but in a daisy chain type of method, where you could plug in one cable and then ride that over to the other monitor in order to have the same um, picture. All right. Thunderbolts. So remember when I was talking about the USB-C, the 3.0s, these are typically also going to be called Thunderbolt cables, and these USB Cs can be used to charge a laptop at the same time as show the picture on on a monitor. So you could take one USB C cable, plug it into your monitor, and run it into your laptop or your desktop, and it should be able to power. Well, I'm sorry, the laptop. It should be able to charge that battery from the monitor, as well as give you a picture at the same time. These are wonderful. Um, if you can get your hands on them. Pretty penny though for one cable. Now, we all should be familiar with this. Quick question: do we have a lot of iPhone users in the class? I'm assuming. Cool. Thumbs up. All right. So we all know about this infamous lightning connector here that's going away. Or anybody still use this? Getting a lot of yes. All right. Nothing wrong with that. Lightning connector, proprietary to iOS devices. Like I said, anything in the Apple ecosystem, They got it down packed. Now, personally, I'm not an Apple person, so you may see a little hate on my face, but especially when I talk about Apple products. But I admire them to a certain point. Like, I think they have a wonderful marketing department, but they don't really tell you what you're buying, right? Like, so for the Apple's the iPhone 16, you really don't, other than the Apple Intelligence, what are you actually getting out of that phone? They don't really tell you. They just kind of pull on your heartstrings or whatnot with the commercials. But I digress. Anyway, Lightning connector, proprietary to iOS devices. Now, appreciate that. The SATA connection for the hard drives. The hard drives, when we go and talk about plugging in different hard drives to our motherboard, they have these connections that look like this, right? So let's go ahead and show you that. And you can see how it's notched out with these right angles, that it's only a couple of cables that could probably fit that. And the wonderful thing about, if you are getting a job being a technician or have to change out any type of hard drive, you don't have to really worry about getting your cables crossed up. Typically, when you open up a hard drive, open up a desktop, you have cables that are just going to fit in one spot, and that's pretty much it. So they make it kind of foolproof to where you could just interchange things out. Um, but these data cables are going to send data back and forth, as well as the power cable is actually going to spin that disk up. So if I bring that back up here, this hard drive is an actual disk that, once powered on, if you've seen it in older PCs, you kind of, if you touch that PC, maybe if the fan is not running, you might feel the disk actually spinning real fast, right? Um, and when it comes to the destruction of these things, well, I'm sorry, these actually write to the disk when it comes to the changes that we want to make. Um, but it happens as it spins. Now, with solid state drives, and these are solid state drives right here. These are more sleeker, smaller hard drives. They still have the proprietary connectors as we see here, but these are going to allow you to have more of a performance enhancement on your computer versus the old SATA drive here. SATA drive will boot up, but it might take a while for it to get through its paces and actually you can get to working. Um, but these SATA drives, these joints, these I'm sorry, these these hard drives are actually boot up a whole lot faster, especially once we start to add on our memory on top of it. All right, any questions? Back up off that.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this information gonna also be in that, the sheet that you said, that the email that they're gonna send us at the end?
Yes.
It's gonna all be in there?
Yes, that Cert Master we were talking about.
Yes.
Oh yeah, this is where I
Okay.
pull my slides from.
Okay, I was just wondering, because it's a lot to write down and try to keep up.
I told you, it's that's why I'm recording it, and our
Okay.
recordings will go into the classroom. So um it's this kind of sets the tone of what we're going to be doing day after day after day. So hopefully, I'm sorry if it's
No,
if I'm
you're
getting
fine.
a lot of eyes glazed over, but yeah, I'm going through my slides. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I was just wondering.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
No problem. All right. Motherboards. So when it comes to our motherboard, right? Um, this is the brain for the computer. This is going to be where everything is being process. So we put inputs to our computers via our keyboards and mice. We point at the things that we want to, interact with. We type the things that we want to change, and the motherboard is there to take all of the changes that you want to make. A motherboard. I didn't get a picture of it, but I could pull one up real quick. A motherboard is going to typically look like this, and you got different components that you can either plug into it, those peripherals, or it's just going to live there permanently, such as once you put your memory in here in one of these slots, it'll live there, or your CPU will live there. But this rectangle, this whole thing is a motherboard, and we typically want to put this into our desktop, and then how robust we make this will be the performance that we actually see. So a lot of times when you see when you go to Best Buy or you go to buy your next computer and you see how they're saying, hey, you could get an i3, a i5, or i7, that's telling you what type of processing power that it's able to perform. And so when it comes to that processing power, that computer is going to take everything that you give it as far as a command and break it down to ones and zeros, right? That binary instruction. And I'll go back in a little bit on that. But it's going to take every instruction that you give it and try to complete it, right? And it won't move on to the next thing until it completes that particular command. The thing is that it does a ton of commands all at the same time. Well, in human eyes, it kind of looks like the same time, but in a computer world, it's one by one. This is called a task manager, right? So your task manager is running all of these services, all particularly in our eyes at one time. But what it does is that it's running all these things at the same time, and it's constantly going back to these different services, creating completing tasks that each one of these things wants to do, right? So with the with the computer that I got, I need to be able to run Zoom as well as show you my slides, as well as have a microphone and a camera and talk on the internet and have my antivirus running at the same time down here. Bluetooth is on. I should turn that off. Um, and also that's just what I see is that's important to me. But you also have all of these services too that may be running, may be stopped. But that processing power is going to allow me to do more things at one time. Now, your memory is going to be paired up with that. Your memory is going to allow you to remember to go back to these certain things or to have a lot of applications open up at one time and still have a good um, performance into it. So of course we all seen computers that's been bogged down with performance and it's just kind of lagging along, not really getting there. If we up the SATA, if we up the hard drive space, maybe give it a little bit more space that it needs, right? Or we up the CPU on it to be able to hold more, be able to process a lot quicker and faster, and then give it a lot more memory to remember to go back to all of these services. We'll start to see performances like this: quick, fast, ready to go. That's where going into gaming PCs, it really kind of is remarkable when you think about it, is that people are able to interact with each other almost in real time. And when you think about all of the components that goes into that, it's happening at split seconds. I mean, split seconds, where when you mash your A button or controller, it's actually putting that input in across the network to someone in California, and they're able to see it almost in real time. So your computer needs to have that type of, when I say robustness, that's what I mean by it's able to take those commands that we're putting in and transfer it into binary information back to someone else's computer to where they could see the results of it. Now, let's go into binary numbers, right? Binary numbers are plain and simple ones and zeros. While we may see the alphabet here, letters, numbers, symbols, the computer doesn't see that. The computer sees one and zero, and one means that it's on, and zero means that it's off. We will get deeper into that in networking. But for right now, just write down binaries, ones and zeros. One is on, zero is off. Whenever it reads, that's the machine language, right? So, quote unquote, you can write that down too. That's called machine language, and that's how they talk to each other through ones and zeros. They will then turn that back into something that humans can read and show us the end results of it. All of these things is happening like that. We already talked about the CPU. Um, but yeah, that's why it's really important when you're going to, look for another computer or you're looking to upgrade your computer, see what you have in place. System information. If you're on a Windows PC, you can go to your system information piece right here and see what you got. I have, what am I looking for? The install memory. Got a lot of memory here. Now, typically, what a normal user will need is probably 8 gigs of memory to be decent, right? To be decent, meaning we're doing regular stuff. We're not doing nothing intensive. What's intensive? Um, Creating a video, being able to download a video in 4K, upload a video in 4K. That's intensive work. Being able to transfer all of that clarity in a video down to ones and zeros, right? Then over to the network and back into a 4K video for YouTube or whatever. So those things are intensive on a computer. But typically a normal person will probably need 8 gigs of memory. And then when it comes to that iCore, I would say i3, i5. i5 is probably your sweet spot. i7 is a little bit overkill. The reason why I got an i7 is because I needed to do Zoom. And Zoom is such a high resource of type of application that when you really break down that we all have our can y'all hear me? Might need to check your
Yeah,
settings on your computer, Mary.
well, I can.
Okay, appreciate it. Um, the you can get an i3, i5, or i7, so you can see my SATA drive just pop back up, right? Minimize that. Oh, I was talking about Zoom. Zoom is such a intensive type of application where we all have our cameras on as well as you can hear me in a real time. I may be a little bit laggy, right? And but that goes with anything. Even if we're talking on a cell phone, I could be in real time a little bit laggy. But Zoom is such is taking my picture and then is taking the picture of my computer and showing you that screen as well as bringing over my voice to go along with it. Those things are all being broke down just in that area. Um, and it takes a lot of resources up to do that. I remember that I didn't have the resources on my computer before, and I would drop the call a lot, or I would have to turn off my computer, my camera, in order to stay connected to the phone call. Because if your network is not really working that well, your video could take up a lot of resources just to kind of bring that feed over. All right. When we're talking about actually doing troubleshooting going into these desktops, we need to be safe, right? As humans, we carry electrical currents. We could shock that CPU and kill the whole computer, right? Just by electrical static shock. So, in order to eliminate that, you may see some shops that have a strap like this, a electrical static strap that you could put across your wrist and now open that computer up and work in that motherboard without actually worry about shocking something accidentally. Now, yeah, you want to take your rings off, any type of jewelry. Um, some places have anti-static mats that we could stand on, and I've seen people do that. I even seen them take off their shoes whenever they're standing on that mat in order to just kind of bring the reduction of anything happening down even more. But remember this picture. Now, every place doesn't have this. You probably, every place just doesn't have that. Um, and I would say is more of people not knowing versus not wanting to have it. But these are the type of things that we could put in place to help us out. That could be a little bit inexpensive. All right. So when it comes to that motherboard, when it comes to the placements of it, we have our memory slots here. This is where we can put that memory. We can always upgrade our memory. So if we have eight 8 gigs of RAM, we can always upgrade to 16 gigs of RAM. We can always upgrade to 32 gigs of RAM if we wanted to pay for that particular storage. Um, that's not necessarily a thing that we always want to do, but it's possible. If you wanted to get a used computer and upgrade it with just the components in the inside, that's a good way of um, taking something that's inexpensive and then spending the money in the good spots in order to bring the performance up for it. The CPU is typically going to be on every motherboard, somewhere in the center of the motherboard, and it's going to probably have some type of fans around it or ducking system to keep the CPU cool. Remember, this CPU is going to be doing all of the thinking for your computer, so it's going to get hot quick. And so we typically put it like a little paste on it um, to hold it in place, and then you will have a kind of like a clamp over it to hold it down. But then you want to make sure that your fans, if we remember here in this slide here, our fans that's located here behind these perforated holes here, that is actively cooling our CPU at the same time because it's going to be doing a lot of thinking constantly. Now, our in and out port. So whenever you see I/O, that means in and out port. So either we're doing an input in or output out. Um, these things are going here typically on the edge of a motherboard. Okay. Now, we talked about SATA storage. Let's talk about M.2s. This is going to be for these are hard drives, right? Our SATA drives, but the M.2s are going to be typically for your smaller, thin form factor type of laptop. So we're talking about our MacBook Airs, even our MacBook Pros. These maybe something that I would say a MacBook Air is probably thinner that would use an M.2, but MacBook Pro would probably be a little bit thicker to where you could put a solid state drive in there. But these are going to be spots for you to get a more up to date type of SATA drive for it, and it's going to be sleeker in order to have a more streamlined design. And like I said, going into uh, MacBook Airs, Samsung tablets, a lot of iPads, things of that nature are going to probably use these M.2s for their hard drives. All right, y'all bear with me. We almost there. All right, PCI slots. So when we're talking about the PCI slots, these are expansion slots that we could put in different video graphics cards and sound cards. So even though we may have the basic ones that come with our computer, we may want to upgrade that, right? We may want to get more of a deeper, richer sound out of our computer. Maybe we want to get better graphics out of our video card. This is where we can upgrade those things at here. And going back to my computer picture, our video cards typically look like these. And the reason why I wanted to show this picture again is because look how look how much room this video card would take up in the doggone tower. The tower is already kind of beefed up as it is. But to say that, we can try to put that at the back of that desktop, we're, it just lets you know that this is going to be much more than what you actually get. Um, when you get a regular tower that just has a normal video card in there. These video cards are built to maybe have their own dedicated memory. You definitely see the obvious fans that they're needing to have the cooling mechanism not only for the tower but for themselves. So as we can see as a common thing so far is that fans are necessary when it comes to uh, high intensity work on a particular desktop. Necessity. Because once it gets hot, man, it'll shut down on you. And then that's when we go into losing information. Um, do we have the backups? We essentially created our own denial of service type of environment. And we'll go over denial of service in Security Plus. Now, you have different form factors when it comes to your motherboards. The one that I wanted to bring up here is the ATX, and those are typically in the ITX, which are typically going to be your small factor that we talked about earlier in class today. But the ones that just kind of the extreme small factor will be your Raspberry Pis. Um, and in certain environments, a Raspberry Pi will actually be perfect for. Sorry, I had it somewhere. Here it is. It'll actually be perfect for certain tasks that we want to do in a building. So if we wanted to maybe have something what we call digital signages, where if you ever been into like a bank or a medical facility and they have like a billboard or something like that that's on the wall and it shows kind of just a only thing it shows is just a slideshow, right? And it just has different projections up there. Well, that's not having a cable ran back to the data closet. It probably has a small factor motherboard on there being able to be programmed to run that type of application on there. And so these are, as you can see, fit in your hand, the palm of your hand. And so it's easy to just take this to the back of a computer or a monitor, hang it up on the wall, and then be able to connect to it via Wi-Fi. Okay. So this is where your small factors will come into play.
So would that be like um us plugging in these HDMI monitors to our systems?
What do you mean?
Like you were saying, with the graphic cards and stuff like that. If
Mhm.
we plug in some HDMI monitors, would those type of
Like
um
the Raspberry Pis be able to run it?
yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. The Raspberry Pi is just kind of, I don't know. You'll be able to see that, but I have a laptop. It's a laptop that can fit in your hand. It just doesn't have a display port. I mean, a display for it. So, like you said, you just take that cable, run it into the endpoint into the input that it has for it and hook it up to any monitor. It should work just the same as any other computer. Okay. Now on one end, we did see the in and out port, but we also have the ports that we could put in fan connectors here. Um, as we already seen that it's so many different things that we could put in just the desktop, not necessarily our laptops, but just the desktops. Um, that more fans may another fan may be needed, or if we're gonna really get high speed and do a water cool system and have that type of system run through and cool our system as well. Those things need to get power. They are typically going to be on the edge of our motherboard. As we already talked about, my graphic cards could be, I want to say, just as big as a doggone some old school phones, bricks, and they hinge into place into those PCI slots just like memory does. So it's just a snap down. Make sure that we snug those things in place. Make sure that we have enough space so that fan can have a good airflow too. So we don't want that just to be compacted against something else, and then it doesn't give an airflow. It's going to run hot. You're not going to get the performance that you want. You might not even be able to have it turn on just because it's going to get that hot. um, you got to think, once you're starting to add this type of video card to it that has its own dedicated memory, that is going to ask that is going to ask that PC that oh, I'm sorry, that CPU card to actually work harder, process a lot faster. It's going to work that even more, so it's going to build up more heat in turn of that. So we just keep those things in mind when it comes to the airflow that we talked about first thing in the class today. Could it affect the video quality? If we're talking about like fuzziness or showing the sharpness of it, so if it's downgrading to like a 2 point, not a 2 point, but a 240p, and it should be showing at a 1080p. So the question was, if a computer running hot, could it affect that? I'm not going to say no, but I would tell you as a professional, nah, it shouldn't affect it. But the rabbit hole is there for me to want to jump down in and say, yeah, it might could affect it. And the reason why I say that is because if it's running slow, then it could be affecting the network that needs to have that clarity for it, right? So um if you have high speed internet, or if you getting a good connection, then you should be able to clear out all that bufferness, because that's what you're really seeing. You're seeing things that's not being buffered out, and then it's not being able to, if it was able to buffer it out, you'll see it clear all the way through, right? And you'll kind of see how sometimes when you're watching a YouTube video, it preloads like that gray part on the timeline. If it doesn't kind of like just constantly keep jumping ahead and ahead, it it could be the network is not that fast. So real quick, while I jump down this rabbit hole that you put me down, if you go to your um favorite browser, type in speed test. So if you run a speed test, if you get anything over, I want to say 50 megs upload, you should be decent enough to go ahead and run any type of internet application. Now I got some Wi-Fi sixes up in here, because again, I try to do everything that's based upon what I'm doing with Zoom. So with Zoom, I need the internet to be super fast all the time, because at the same time I don't have cable, and we'll get to that anyway. I don't have cable, so everything that's running downstairs on a TV is running on the internet too. So I need everything to be um, super fast as much as possible. Now this number can also be 50 something, and then I wouldn't be able to Zoom with y'all. I would have to restart my router and restart the extenders that I got here too. Yep. So
So you
that's a little
said
nice.
I'm
I'm sorry.
sorry. You
Go ahead.
said a good download speed would be 50.
I would say 50 to
Okay.
be like, no, well, upload. So when you
Okay,
upload,
gotcha. Okay.
well, I'm sorry. The download part is fine because that's bringing it to you. Upload is when you're
Right.
putting it into the internet.
Okay.
So the upload, I don't really care about the upload, but the download, I need
At least
y'all
50.
to all show me your picture as quick as possible
Okay.
and
Gotcha.
everything coming in. And it could be congested. And if you're having a congested network, in turn, you could have a fuzzy picture. So, long story short, it depends. All right, good question though. Sound cards, just like video cards, can be upgraded. CompTIA will want you to kind of know the color codes here. Now, we don't typically use these anymore because this is old school. This is super old school, especially with the 3.5 jacks. Um, you probably don't even see audio jacks on phones anymore. When when the last time y'all seen an audio jack on anything? So sometimes, and you might see this as a recurring theme in Core One. Sometimes they are talking about old school technology, which in turn goes back to when I first started talking about CompTIA, and they giving it a 3-year window that they may change it up. And then once they change it up, they may change sound card to AI and start talking about AI and stuff like that. So, but for right now, um, they want you to, I would say, familiarize yourself with the green being audio out and the mic being the it's really a pink color, but I remember when I was small, this might have been like an off red too. But either way, it's the only color like that. All right, let's jump into it. The NIC card, network interface card. So if your NIC card could be on a laptop or a desktop. Um, if you can use a NIC card versus Wi-Fi, use the NIC card. This is the way you get connected to the internet. If you didn't know, this is what looks like a telephone port on your computer. And if you're able to establish internet connection with the Ethernet cord, always, 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 and twice on Sundays, use a NIC card. It's just going to have a better connection. Wi-Fi is going back to what we were talking about with the fuzziness. Wi-Fi can be interrupted by so many different things. If you have a storm outside, it could be interrupting the Wi-Fi waves. If you have a strong Wi-Fi microwave around your router, that could be interrupting in it. Um, Case in point, if you have slow internet and if your router, your modem that came from the telephone company, if that's tucked away, like surrounded by different things, or just kind of is not in the open, then that's degrading your Wi-Fi signal as well. We need to get that thing open. We preferably want to have it in the middle of the house, away from everything, in order to give a good signal off. If it's not able to do that, then it's breaking it down. So I'm old enough to remember a radio, and a radio that has an antenna. And back in the day when I wanted to listen to a particular station, I would have to put the antenna a certain way in order to get a clear signal, right? So same thing with a Wi-Fi signal is that we just don't have antennas, right? They give you the little box, and then they don't we are accustomed to not actually turning the box. But when you think about it, it's just giving off a radio signal, and the radio signal can be degraded through walls. So if we have, like, I'm upstairs, right? And my router is downstairs. Well, think about all the studs, drywall, and I'm up on a whole different floor. So it's a floor, subfloor that I gotta go through just to get my Wi-Fi signal. That's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be terrible signal. So in my case, I wanted to, have a good signal up here. I got what we call a reciprocator. It takes the signal and it replicates it up here upstairs. But it also has a NIC card on it. So that's why you got to see me have like a for something download on the thing, because I'm running it on Ethernet. So, if y'all ain't doing nothing this weekend and you wanted to have a better signal, see if you can move your internet box, or if, you know, call your internet company up and say, hey, will you charge me to move this? And if they don't charge you, tell them to come out there and move the modem to a open space in your living room or wherever you're having dead spots at. Move that modem so it can have a better way to get that signal to you.
So you don't use the range extenders or anything like that?
Yeah, that's why I call repeaters. I got these right here. Uh, Google Range Extenders. Where them things at? This right here. These right here. Man, oh man. Running two. You only need one, but I got two. You only need really just one though. This joker right here run Wi-Fi 6, and you plug one up. Well, what I did is I plugged one up to my modem, and then I put the other one up upstairs right beside my computer up here where I'm talking to y'all at now, and plug in my Ethernet cord, and it's been running fine. And I still need to reset it, like maybe every 3 or 4 months. Just kind of unplug it and plug it back in. That's good maintenance though for anybody up here too. If your Wi-Fi is just kind of sluggish at this point, it's not gonna hurt anything. Before you go to bed tonight, unplug it for 10 seconds, plug it back up, go to bed, come wake up in the morning. It should run naturally faster, because sometimes it just gets bogged down.
Well, see, I just recently switched to uh the Verizon home internet.
Yeah.
Had that box there that I use, and it's pretty good for the space that I'm in.
I tell you another thing you could do, if y'all want, you should call your telephone company and just have them. You should be entitled to a upgrade in modem. Tell them to come out there and just upgrade your modem to the Wi-Fi 6. If you're running 5G, which, okay, we'll get into that during networking, but sometimes you might see 5G here. But
Hmm.
what I'm saying is that there's a there's a whole network technology for 6G. And if your modem is not designed to read that, then it's not going to be able to read it. But that's where we're at. If they, well, put it like this: if you haven't had one upgrade since you had internet in your household, call them up to see if you get a free upgrade. They may just give you one. I know my company does that, so it was worth a shot for faster internet. You may not need the new plan, because what they want to do is they want to push. Hey, we got gigabit, 1 gigabit home internet, faster speed than ever. We'll upgrade you now at the low cost of $100,000, and then you come in and then they give you a new modem where you could have just asked for the new modem. So instead of getting the plan too
Well, mine says 5G UW.
on the network,
Yeah.
call them and see. Can't hurt. The only thing they can say, we ain't got it.
Professor,
Yes,
I've
ma'am.
heard that I've heard that the say for example you get a 5G program, but in reality it's 4G or 3G. That
Now,
there are places that do that. Like for example, Metro PCS does that.
don't get that confused with your mobile signals. Now, in the mobile signals, I kind of believe that it might be we're still on the 4G LTE. That LTE means long-term evolution. So with that acronym of 4G LTE, that really kind of says that we're never going to go higher than that. But then it was just this quick push to push 5G out, right? We got 5G out, and I don't know if y'all paid attention, you realize how like Apple didn't pick up the 5G um marketing scheme. They didn't really market it to the 5G whole, hey, we got it now. It was just
I
kind of like we
Not
go
to
ahead.
throw shade on any Apple owners, my dad is one of them, but Apple is basically the same the same system on every phone, like since the oldest phone of Apple that came out. Technically speaking, the software is not literally updated. It's just a marketing scheme. At least that's what I've been told. I
I'm not gonna go that far, but they do have similar skins. They You could have an older phone and still, if the OS can fit on that phone, they will push it to that phone. But you may not have certain features. So I'm assuming, everybody might get a text feature and it may look the same on the interface, but they may not get Apple Intelligence if they don't have the iPhone 16. So, but I understand what you're saying, and it's not bad though. At the same time, when I really think about Apple, I try to have all like my parents have Apple phones. Not saying that it's an old person phone, but I don't have to explain nothing to them when it comes to an Apple phone. They get it. When it comes to a Samsung, man, you might have to throw that in the water because there's so many things that you can do with a Samsung phone that can be complicated and then frustrating for the user. So while I don't get with Apple, I understand why they have a set standard of what they do, which is actually a great security standard, because they don't let you really change much about anything. But then Samsung, on the other hand, man, we out here, and I ain't gonna get into that. All right, all right, all right, all right. Let's finish up. We got 5 slides, and then I'm gonna let y'all. Well, I gotta do the. Then we get into this PBQ. All right, legacy cables. So keyword here, legacy. Keyword. Uh, Give me 1 second. Keyword is legacy. We may see it, we may not see it anymore. Um, DVIs and VGAs kind of been, out of pocket for the last 20 years. No, I would say 10. I would say 10. Um, I was still using some VGA cables. And the thing about VGA cables is that they're going back up in prices. Like they really want $20 at Office Depot for one VGA cable. But either way, um, these are video cables that are typically being phased out by HDMIs and display ports. So older technology may have these. So if you run across these in an environment, and don't get me wrong, when you get into the IT field, you will run across some old technology where they're just going to your client is going to expect for you to know what this is and then how to fix it. And sometimes this stuff just doesn't work with other things. Um, SCSI ports. These are typically going to be on old school printers and scanners. Um, if you have been into a car dealership, you may seen this connector on a printer that they use carbon copies on, and this printer is old school because it uses that it prints on 3 different shades of paper. This is typically what they're going to use as a connector, SCSI. So small computer system interface, but it's pronounced that. So whenever, and the thing about CompTIA is that they will use the acronym 9 times out of 10. They will expect for you to understand what SCSI is. So please keep that in mind. Yes, perfect. Um, the HVAC system. Sometimes the older technologies, especially when it comes to those industrial tools, they may not have a manufacturer to actually upgrade the actual material uh devices. So that's the problem that I'm working with. I work for an industrial employer, and we have a lot of out of date legacy technology. And so, from a cybersecurity standpoint, it puts us at risk every day just because we can't upgrade it. We can't upgrade the computer on the conveyor belt because then the conveyor belt stops. And if we stop the conveyor belt, then we don't get out. We make raid bottles for the spray raid. If we don't have the conveyor belt running, then raid doesn't put out their bottles. So we have to keep that running, but we just have to come up with different compensating controls to make it secure. RS 232s. These are different devices that may use these communication pieces. Last time I seen this was for actual routers and firewalls, the actual appliance to be put into the rack. In order to connect it, you will have one side that's a RS 232, and the other side will be a USB port that plugs into your laptop. Okay. PS/2 keyboard and mouse. That goes back to similar to our color coded sound card. So that PS/2 will typically have different ports or different inputs for our mouse and um, a keyboard. All right, last slide here. We got adapter cables. So sometimes these cables may have different ends on them, and we need these specialty cables in order to kind of bridge the technologies together. Sometimes we may have a HDMI to VGI or a HDMI to a display port. Sometimes we may have that USB C to a USB A. The thing about these hybrid types of adapters is that if the technology doesn't know how to use it, then it's kind of, I'm sorry, Sierra, go ahead. I'm sorry.
For the, are we gonna have to know like how many pins, like for the cables, or
Yes,
yes, okay,
I would say learn the pins and learn the speeds.
okay, pins and speeds. Okay, thank you.
No problem. Um, for the technology, for them to have a kind of like a hybrid system, if it doesn't know, if the technology or the device doesn't know how to interact with the input that's coming in from the USB C, right? It may not respond to it at all. And so just keep those things in mind, that just because it has the end of one thing and the end for the other thing that you need doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to talk to each other all the time. Maybe the device is not built for that. All right. I know I went through a lot, but that's it for lesson one. Oh, hold on. We got some pictures here. We went over all of these except for one, but I'm pretty sure everybody know what that is. No particular order. This is a similar a simulation of a PBQ, performance based question. This is what CompTIA put in front of you. Maybe as like the first 5 questions would be like this, and they want you to drag and drop They may give you a scenario and tell you to read the scenario and then drag and drop it in the proper spots. The only thing I want you to do is to look at the picture and just anybody can tell me from the class, just tell me what it is and why do you know what it is. So let's go with this first one. Anybody, let me know what it is.
A disk drive.
Removable
For my,
storage.
for my selections down here. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's removable. No, not removable storage. Yeah.
Are you pointing at something or?
Hold on.
Okay, the first one is the SATA drive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I see you, Mouse. Sorry.
My bad.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Why do we know that's a B? Why is that a SATA drive?
It has the disc on it.
Right.
Where the shape of it is a little smaller than the bigger one.
Okay. I'll take that. All right. Let's go with the next one right across from it.
Removable storage.
And why do we know that to be as such?
Because of the cable that's attached to it.
Okay. I'll take that. The cable's going to be our input. All right. Some of y'all may know what this is. Some of y'all may be too young for that.
Optical storage.
Optical storage.
Optical. So we didn't go over, but I said it a couple of times.
Like a disk drive, CD drive.
But it is a disk drive. Okay, so we understand why it's storage. So for I don't know, and I'm not trying to be funny, but if you haven't worked with a writable disk, do we know how a writable disk kind of works? Right? It's really this is just this without the casing.
Right. It's like like when we used to copy those DVDs.
Right.
Yeah. You had the CDR and the CDRW.
Right.
Right.
I'm not trying to tell my age, but I did work in technology for 20 some years. So
okay. So let's go with these two green sticks over here.
RAM memory.
RAM memory.
That's RAM.
And
That's a RAM.
What does RAM do?
It's a RAM to the
increase your
memory.
memory.
It's memory.
It stores the
Extra memory.
Okay. And so obviously that'll leave us with
Yes.
Is the wrist strap.
That's the ESD wrist strap, which is to protect the
It's a ground wire.
It's like a grounding system where actually you connect it onto yourself.
Yes.
Before you
Like
electricity.
Stops the static
Yeah,
electricity.
so you don't.
Yeah, it prevents static.
So what does ESD stand for?
Discharge.
Static.
Electrostatic discharge.
Electrical static discharge.
Doggone it. Yeah. Y'all all right with me. All right. Hey, with that. So this article is talking about motherboards that we talked about yesterday, right? Well, motherboards have software as well, right? And the manufacturers of the software for these motherboards had a back door in them. Now, a back door for coders is something that they can get help with. Like, and what I mean by that is that a software can be live and published, and people be using it, but on the back end, someone can go in there and make changes, and we never really kind of see it on the front end. So they typically refer to that as a back door. Where in this case, the motherboard firmware had a back door that was still left in the production whenever they ship these motherboards out. Typically, when you have a back door, before you put it in production, you kind of want to erase that code so you won't be able to get into the back end of your software. But in this case, not so much, right? And so now you're talking about not thousands, but millions of motherboards that can potentially be logged into by someone who can understand that language and then manipulate the language, right? To do what you want it to do. Now, the thing about a motherboard software is that it's not your OS. It's not the software that's sitting on top of the firm the motherboard. I'm sorry. Your OS is typically going to be your iOS or your Windows, whatever, Windows 11, Windows 10, whatever you may be operating on. That's typically where all your valuable data is. But I can still lock down a computer by, or call some what we call a denial of service attack, just by exploiting this back door here. So to your point, um, cybersecurity and attacks go on every day. And to tell you the truth, um, it's law now for a business to report these type of findings in their environment. Um, that's why you could pretty much go through countless of number of companies that have been compromised in some kind of way, and they are required by law to let people know that, hey, we have been compromised, or we think we've been hacked. Your information may be at risk. And so this company, the same thing, where they want to let the people know that, hey, if you got these motherboards, um, there could be a vulnerability that you're and a vulnerability is an attack. It could be something that you're susceptible to. You might want to go ahead and update your software. So the question that I posed to you guys, I'm sorry.
That was pretty much what I was alluding to last night when we talked about, spending money on the front end rather than on the back end, because you got a lot of companies that are major companies, like one of the ones I said to you earlier, that has the money to spend on the front end, but for some reason, it, they didn't do it.
Okay. So today we had a meeting today with a vendor that we wanted to bring in their software, just a handful of their software, maybe 20 agents, right? And we wanted to rip out maybe about 200 to 300 agents if the 20 that we brung in served well. Do you know how much they charged us for 6 months for 20 agents? And I'm not talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. They charged us over a half a million for 6 months for a test. And if it goes well, then we can buy 200 of those to rip out the old one. So I say that to put it in perspective. Ain't nobody got money like that. Not like that. Cause and these contractors, they know. And so to the point where you were making, like, why, if you have the money, go ahead and put the controls in place. That's fine. But sometimes it's about the other subcontractors that you bring in, and what are they bringing to the table. If you bring in a new software vendor, and then now they're like, in this case, now the motherboards that you brung in have a vulnerability. Now we have to, that comes out of my pocket to try to fix this. Let's say if I'm a medical facility, and these motherboards are in the pacemakers of my patients, and now I got to do a firmware update. For you guys that don't know, for a firmware update, it needs to reboot maybe twice. Well, I don't want to have my patients on a pacemaker rebooting their machine that's in their body. So it brings up all these questions that the security team is going to be faced with. But I wanted to bring that up, given the fact that we talked about motherboards yesterday. It's not just the software. Sometimes the hardware too comes with some the software that controls that hardware. Sometimes come with cybersecurity issues.
What about the cyber insurance thing? I've seen a lot of people offering cybersecurity insurance.
I was just about to ask that. Is there not something on the front end that could be done to prevent things like that?
You can get assurance, but you're You're basically saying, so you get insurance on your car just in case you get in a wreck. You don't want to kind of sell to your audience that, and maybe from y'all standpoint, you're not saying, hey, we're not selling that to our customers, but we we don't want to put that much money into uh, data leakage because it's going to pay the penalties that we have to pay for being hacked in the first place. So if we put our security controls in place and we do it efficiently, hopefully we don't have to buy as much cyber insurance, but you can always have that in the back pocket. But also I would also just say, hey, what's the budget looking like? Can we afford to do that?
Yeah, but I'm, and see me, I think outside the box. I'm sorry, I think outside the box. When something goes wrong, like these data breaches that are happening with these various companies, there are penalties that they have to pay at times as
Hmm.
well, which may be more than what they would have paid if they would have invested in what they needed to invest in on the front end. And
I
then
understand.
you bring in law enforcement, got to come in and all this other stuff. It's gonna be a major mess.
It could be, but what I'm trying to stress to you is that you are, as a cybersecurity professional, you would be one department that is misunderstood, but everybody know they need you. Marketing is going to ask for a big budget, as well as HR, operations, legal, everybody else that you're competing with. And at the end of the day, now while there are attacks that's happening on a day-to-day basis at our particular company, right? If we're all a company here, we haven't been attacked yet. So maybe we might say, you know what? We might hold off this year. Maybe, we only got 500,000 to work with, and you're asking for 250 of it for 6 months. We haven't advertised anything. We haven't made more money in the business to allow you to secure anything. So that's the rhetoric that I will hear. I totally get where you're coming from. Let's protect it, but the C-level individuals probably won't see it like that. And they're again, going back to the analogy I had yesterday. When they're selling you security for your house, you're looking at it like, how many people are really coming down the chimney? How many people are really breaking into the windows? Do I really need bars on my window? Do I really need a lock on my garage door? Do I need all these cameras, motion sensors, laser beams? Yes, it solves all the issues that you're bringing up, but what's the odds of it happening to me? I can deal without it for right now. I'll get me a dog and let the dog bark, and then I'll get another security piece that I can get whenever the dog barks. So if you get what I'm saying, like, I totally get what you're saying, but to get that money from the higher ups is going to be pulling teeth, and then you're going to have to show every year what you put into place is actually working. So yeah, you didn't get attacked none, but you need to show where you're getting breached at, so you can show that the security controls that you did put in place, that 250,000 that you spent, is it working? Should we give you 275 next year? Something to think about.
Yeah.
And so,
Right.
and they do not like to pay for that
And
at all.
I get it. And you got to put yourself in that shoe. Is that if you as a CFO or CEO, and this is your company. Yes. Let's say, okay, let's just say we're working at Nabisco. We're all on the cyber team at Nabisco, and we're making Oreo cookies, right? We're trying to come up with the new Oreo holiday cookies. So what do we need to actually protect? The ingredients. The ingredients, and then the recipe of how to put it together. That's our most important thing that we deem to be special to us. Yeah, we could put a DLP system in place with a super duper firewall with the endpoint protection and mobile device management. All of that stuff can really protect the recipe. But at the end of the day, we really need to push the new holiday recipe out before Christmas gets here. So we need marketing campaigns to go on. We need to make sure that we get inventory out. We need to make sure we got transportation to go out. The operation needs the money first so we can make the money. And then you could get your budget maybe a couple of years down the road. Maybe. But I need to sell the product first. And in order to do
But
that,
this,
it's your responsibility to tell me how to do that securely without me giving you money. So
that,
you just got to come
but
up with a process.
that's about as bad as KFC protecting the secret recipe.
Well, do we want to be KFC if we're trying to roll out these holiday cookies? We're trying to keep it secure. So it's ways of doing that. And that when we get into Security Plus, it's not the cute way of doing it, but it is a secure way of doing it. And we just have to maybe we lock down everybody's permissions. And so the only thing you can do is what you are designed to, well, what you are hired to do at work, and then that's it. You can't do nothing else. I'm not giving you any access to go to any kind of website. You get to go to the internet and your email because we can't afford a web proxy to watch your monitoring your web browsing. We can't afford that right now. So guess what? You don't go on the internet. That's
So,
the type of measures I'm talking about.
so you like you're darned if you do and you're darned if you don't.
I'm not gonna be darned.
And a
we
lot of
go
the
we go
budget for
protect.
most of those projects is robbing Peter to pay Paul. For most
Yeah,
for most of the companies are robbing Peter to pay Paul. So there's not real. So
and
you
I'm
kind
sorry.
of stuck.
right, but it's especially in corporate environment, the whole thing in corporate environment, which I hate to see that as well, is that there's there's a thing to whereas you got to keep money on the top. You got to keep more money on the top than you do anywhere else. If you know nobody else get paid, make sure you got that money at the top so everybody at the top can get paid.
Then I will ask you again: do security really need the money?
Yeah, me, I would. I'm just saying,
And if you
I
was
like to
working
be
at
proactive.
HR, would you say the same thing? If you was working at HR, would you say, you know what, security need the money, give them the money? No, you're gonna say,
Yeah,
we need to work, we need Workday for our,
Yeah.
our onboarding process. Let's buy a subscription to there. It Everybody's gonna ask for the money, and more than likely, you're gonna have to come up with ways to do it without it, be secure without it.
And
So
there won't
if
be no
you hire
security
me,
department if they not making any money.
say that
So
again.
right,
there won't be a security department at all if they're not making any money
I,
anywhere.
right,
some places don't have security departments. It's just the IT guy,
Yep.
and they are required to be secure. So you see, it's your job once you get into the field. It's going to be your job to show why you are needed and why you deserve the salary that you get. Because
right, and that's what I'm looking at, job security, because I want to make sure if you
trust me,
giving me a $500,000 contract, I'm gonna prove to you why I need that $500,000 and why I'm doing what I do and why I got the skills that I have. Because it ain't, I didn't sit here and pivot for 20 weeks just to go play patty cake.
I understand that. I'll hit me up whenever it happens and say, you know what, Lee, they won't give me that money. I'll say, hey, better crack over that book, find out these different ways of doing it. All right, then, y'all. Hey, good conversation to start it off. If you can, please turn on your cameras. Let me see your faces. And let's get into these questions. So these questions will go with what we learned about yesterday. You don't have to shout out the answers. Just put the answer in the chat. Whether you think it's A, B, or C, or D. And the thing about my questions that I like to do is that I'll give you 30 seconds to read it on your own, put the answer in the chat, and then I will read it after the 30 seconds and we'll talk about the answer. Okay. All right. So I'll put 30 seconds up. First question. Y'all let me know if y'all can read that. That's good for everybody. All right. Time now. All right. A support technician needs to install the optical disk drive into a new tower. Which panel should be removed so that the technician can gain access to the optical drive and connect the cables? Through the top panel, the side panel, the rear panel, or through the bottom of the rear panel? So everybody pretty much is a collective group on saying that it's B. Through the side panel. Desktops are typically going to have that door that hinges open on the side panel, right? So, um, while I have seen top panels before, and how it actually came off is that you would kind of hinge a hinge, and then it pops off, and then you could pull it up from the top. But 9 times out of 10 on a desktop machine, you're gonna go through on the side. All right. And the reason why we're doing 30 seconds is because I want to get y'all used to looking at these questions, getting through the fluff, and then answering it within a minute. So at least 30 seconds. If we can get through it like that, then we'll have plenty of time for the real difficult ones. All right, next question. 30 seconds on the clock. Time now.
Having a feud, huh?
All right. A computer processing software instructions on a central processing unit. Let me read that again. A computer is processing software instructions on a central processing unit. How does all computer software appears to the CPU? A bus, B binary, C RAM, or system clock. Everybody got that right as well. So we went over yesterday that binary is the way that machines talk to each other. That's how they actually read the information. They break it down from what we can look at as shapes and colors and words, and they break it down to either ones and zeros, which would be binary. Awesome. All right, question 3. I did not put question 3 up there. That's my bad. Let's go to question 4. 30 seconds. All right. So I figured this one kind of be a little change up. A support technician manages digital displays, but have some older computers with video cards that can support both analog and digital monitors. What type of video interface do the older computers have? So the interface will be what we actually plug into. So they're talking about the connection, right? So it's either HDMI, DVI, VGA, or DisplayPort. The keywords that we kind of want to look at is that they're saying that it's older computers. So remember yesterday we went into old legacy cables, right? So we've been talked about, and this is just kind of like how the flow of class went. We talked about HDMIs and we talked about display ports. They can, show a very clear picture, if not, very sharp. But the legacy pieces that we got here is DVI and VGAs. Well, if we can narrow it down to these two, when it comes to multiple choice for CompTIA, then we have to look back at our question to see exactly how do we come up with our answer. And the main thing that we want to look at now is that what can provide digital and analog type of displays. And that we can go with a VGA, but a VGA can only do analog. It cannot do digital. And so DVI would be our correct answer here. Now, typically, this is how we're going to want to always take a moderate answer or question from CompTIA, read the question, and then if we don't really know the answer right off bat, let's eliminate two. More than likely, we can eliminate two always, and then go back into our question to find out, well, what's the best answer we can have.
Hey, what's DVI stand for again?
Digital video interface, I want to say.
Okay, appreciate it.
No problem. All right, last question. 30 seconds.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
For the DVIs, there's two different types though, right? Like a DVI-D.
There are maybe 6 different types.
Do you have to use an adapter if the computer's older?
If you remember how we were talking about hybrid cables, where one end may be a DVI and the other end may be a VGA. Sometimes, if we have like a laptop or a desktop that has only VGA, but our monitors only have DVIs on it, we either need to use an adapter on it, or we need to get one of those hybrid cables to have a VGA on one side and then the other side to have the DVI interface. But that's not a guarantee that it works in the real world. But in hindsight, I mean, my experiences with it is that sometimes you win on that, sometimes you don't. If the monitor can read exactly what the old technology is, maybe it can work together, but you'll be better off just matching the interfaces up with what's there.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. All right. 30 seconds. Last question. Let's go. All right. Oh man. Hold on, let me get my chat back. Okay. A support technician is installing a PCIe card that will use a combination of system memory and 8 gigs of dedicated memory. What type of card is the tech installing? Graphics, sound card, NIC card, or Wi-Fi card? Which ones can we go ahead and eliminate?
D and
Okay.
C,
Why C?
because it's a networking interface card for like an Ethernet that would correct me if I'm wrong, but it would kind of like for the Ethernet cord that you would.
Right.
Okay. and then but A and B would actually could be used for the PCIe cord, right? Graphics
One,
out sound card, or
one can. But you eliminated the two that I wanted. So
okay.
the NIC card and the Wi-Fi card, both dealing with networking, we can go ahead and throw them out, right? They won't have a dedicated memory for it. So the sound card, the sound card is just going to be just a sound card. It's going to be dedicated just to producing taking those files and translating them into a sound. Whereas a graphic card, you remember when I showed you guys how big those graphics cards can get and how robust to where they need fans, and some of them need dedicated memory on them for I was talking about gaming purposes, where we can have so much of a deep design on it to where it needs its own dedicated memory on that card. So in this process, it'll be we eliminated two, the Wi-Fi and the NIC card, and then we can narrow it down on what characteristics of the last two is going to have dedicated memory. So that'll be A. All right. How do we feel about that? I owe y'all a question too, so I'll do that tomorrow, maybe. I mean, for Thursday. But how do we feel about the questions? How do we feel about what we went over yesterday? Did some things stick, or is just like yesterday was just kind of like a blur?
Well, what you mentioned about this PCI card, you just brought it back to my memory because I was asking about the monitors running the HDMI monitors and all that stuff and everything. So that clicked when you said that.
Okay, and that's what I want to do these every time we start class, because with all the subjects that we're gonna go over, it'll be easy just to kind of forget some of the stuff that we started these weeks with. So I have 5 questions for you tomorrow. Maybe I mean Thursday. I'll maybe have 6 because I need to give you one from here. All right. Let's jump into any questions before I jump into these slides.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if we have the ability to like go to the actual school and take a look at like actual real physical desktops and break them apart and look at all the different components? I'm just more of a hands-on person. So I feel like I'm not going to get where all the different parts are unless I actually go and touch them.
I'm making a decision right now on whether I should just go ahead and jump into. Y'all want to jump into these slides, or y'all want to jump into a lab? What do y'all want to do? I'm gonna get to you, Lana. I'm trying to decide something, because I know the slides can be like, oh, don't matter.
I say this because the only reason I was able to actually answer the questions is because I've been through some of it. I used to build computers, so some of it I know.
Okay.
But the things that you went through in the slideshow yesterday were not self-explanatory, and then were not actually like the graphics card. I guess a lot of it is not being, I remember, but then again, I don't remember. So going over it didn't really help me retain, if that makes sense, help me retain it, so to speak.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I don't have any, like she said, I don't have anything like tangible or to really look at myself, other than the you going through the slides. Like if I could go back and actually read over it myself, or
let's
because
do,
we don't have the lessons yet. So
right, and I understand that, and I'm gonna try to piece it together before you guys get there. And like I want to go through these slides. You know what? Let me just jump into these labs. So to answer your question, If you can get to an IT department, maybe you could find some old desktops that they're not using and be able to go into them like that. Um, if if I was you, I would find a church that has um, a computer lab or kind of like a reception center. Sometimes they have 9 or 10 computers in there, and they probably would have a desktop. And they would probably be more than happy if you were to go in there and do some maintenance on it, maybe upgrade the OS on it, clean it out as far as opening the panels and looking at the motherboard there. That's the first thing that comes into my mind, just because it's community, and they typically are going to have legacy systems there. So you'll be able to see the VGAs and the DVIs and see those cables firsthand. Now,
You know,
mhm.
and excuse me, I hate to cut you off, but we did that in 2005 when one of the programs I was working in, we refurbished a lot of the old legacy computers and put them in places like that, like churches and nonprofit organizations, set up computer labs for programs and stuff that they had. So yeah.
Yeah, I think they will be more than happy to do that. So you will probably you have better luck there. Um, but if you can't, um, if you knew somebody that's in the IT department, maybe, because a lot of times these IT departments will throw away old computers or just kind of auction them off. Tell you the truth, if you have a Goodwill store or a a Habitat for Humanity, not we call it something else over here, but one of those Goodwill stores, you may see an old PC that you can get your hands on for extremely cheap. If you don't want to do that, then once you get these labs, maybe this can help out a little bit. This lab that I'm going to show you now, that we're going to walk through, um, this shows more of what we're actually would do in a work environment. So hopefully, when you were saying that you don't have anything to see, hopefully this mic can help out a little bit. So do y'all mind if we go ahead through the lab, or y'all want to do these slides?
No, that sounds great. And as you were talking, you gave me an idea. And for those that live in Nashville, there's actually this place called the Computer House on Jefferson. And I just text the owner. He said anyone that goes to school, if we want to drop by and take a look at like some of the equipment, he's more than happy to show it. So maybe that'll help too.
Awesome.
So
Yeah.
thank you.
Mhm.
All right. So
Can you put in the chat? Oh, sorry.
okay. All right. So this lab, this is also going to come included to your Cert Master. And so with Core One in particular, they understand that they're talking about a lot of hardware, but a lot of people may not be able to get their hands on it, such as or you got a laptop and you don't really want to take apart your laptop, right? So they go through those processes and kind of show you step by steps on different tasks that we may do. So I'm gonna go ahead and start it by going to assist mode, and this is where I want you guys to kind of have a desktop or a laptop to do these labs on. It may work on a tablet where you can move the camera around with your fingers. It may be a better navigation that way, but in my case, I just like to go around with my mouse. So what we're going to do is that we're going to install and configure a graphics card. The first thing we want to do is turn off the power button here. And a lot of these commands is just initiated by just clicking the actual thing that they want you to do. So let's remove the power cord from the rear of the computer. So we're going to scroll around and find that power cord. Click on that, automatically pulls out. So the thing about that is that we want to make sure that we always clear the power before we actually open these things up. Not in the case that you'll shock yourself, but more in the fact that you can kill the motherboard or the electronics in the computer. So we want to, after we unplugged it from the power source, we want to clear out the residual power, and that's by holding down the power button and clearing that out. So you want to hold down that button for maybe 10 seconds, and that clears out every positive charge that it may have held on to when unplugging it. And the reason why is that sometimes on your motherboard, there's a CMOS battery that keeps up with the time. When it comes to your computer, the system clock is very important. And so we want to make sure that that has the right time on it and it doesn't drift, even if power is disconnected from it. So that's why you want to go ahead and clear that residual power out. All right, remove any kind of remaining peripheral cables from the computer. So this cable obviously is our USB-A. I'm going to click on that, pull that out. No, that is a HDMI. I'm sorry. HDMI. You can see a dongle is in place. You can see this is our audio inputs and outputs. This is how that DVI is going to look. Let me go back. Let me reset that. Jeez. Get through. Sorry about that. That DVI port is going to look like that. Now, if you ever come up on a PC and you see a opportunity to have a DVI or a HDMI cable input, and the monitor has both, go with HDMI. HDMI, in my opinion, that's also going to translate that audio piece for your desktop to that monitor. Maybe your monitor has speakers, and that's going to translate that audio piece into it as well. But if you don't have any other choice, then maybe you just want to stick with the DVI. Now, in some cases, you may have down here in the expandable ports, you may have a VGA port there, and that's what our question really came to on one of our questions is that do we use a VGA or a DVI? Well, in the case of being able to go with digital, we wanted to go with the DVI import. All right. Place the computer place the computer case on its left side and then with the right side facing up. Let's go out and reset that. Click on that, and that's going to put that computer on its side. This is how we're going to go ahead and go into the side panel here. So let's go ahead and remove the screws. A lot of times, desktops will have screws like this that kind of protrude out that we can unscrew them by hand that has little springs on them. But if you need a screwdriver for it, go ahead and get a screwdriver too. All right, now let's remove the side panel and it'll slide off just like that. So whenever you go and see those desktops, try that motion. Now, like I said, I've seen some that does come off the top, but 9 times out of 10, it's going to come off like that. All right. So let's see if we can overlook these real quick. So right here, this red box we got here is our power cable box, or this is our power supply. This has its own fan as well and its own cables to hook up. We'll talk about that in the slides today. Our motherboard is actually here. What I just clicked, all that red box right there, that is the motherboard that things plug into in order to have communications. Now we can put our SATA drives over here, if we wanted to have a redundant array of RAID, um, that's more of a data redundancy. We could put those slots over here, or SATA drives over here in these slots. All right. We see our memory is in these slots here. All right. Connect the push pin clip from the ESD wrist strap and connect the hub on the ESD mat. So again, what does ESD stand for? We're talking about this guy.
Electronic
Electrostatic
static
discharge.
discharge.
Electroshock thing, the discharge thing.
Right. So we're gonna tap on him to plug that into be grounded. Make sure that we get that we protect ourselves from actually shocking the motherboard. And then now let's remove the blank plates from the 16 the by 16 slots. So they're talking about those things right here. So remember, we're trying to install a graphics card here. So we want to make sure that that graphics card plugs into our motherboard, but is also there so we could get some type of connection to it, kind of like how we had this our DVI system over here. Now we can't replace this. This is how it came from the factory. But here we can modify and upgrade our computer here. All right. Did that. Let's get this other one. Push that out the way. And they're not hard or rigid to push through. Just really kind of you slide up on, really. You don't need a screwdriver for it. All right, select the graphics card from the scenario and install it from into the PCIe slots. So this is our uh, video card here. You can see it very robust with its own fan. Let's go ahead and click on that and slot that into the spots that we just put that in. So we're gonna line those things up in order for it to slide right down, and we press down on it until we, sometimes you may hear a click, sometimes you may not, you just may feel that the resistance has stopped, and so you just push that down in order to make connection. Secure that secure the graphics card with the 2 screws. So we're gonna actually bolt this one down. So let's get the 2 screws over here, click on that, bring that over, screw those in. So once we set this joker back up, this is not going to, you're going to imagine that really the only connection that it has is that thin connection piece that looks like the memory card piece on the bottom. That thin piece of connection will probably flop if you don't bolt this down. So we want to make sure we do that. All right, let's plug in the power cable. Gives it power. And then let's remove our wrist strap. Unplug here.
And for the power cable, is it already in there?
Yes, this is coming off of this power supply here.
Okay.
Okay. So that wiring is there already.
Okay, so is it usually like extra cables for auxiliary stuff?
I've seen that some of them may have it, and then I've seen where you buy that particular video card and it may come with its own.
Come with the cable.
And if you need to install it, you can.
Okay.
Let's set the case upright on the bench. You see how much room that took up? Doggone shame. Anyway, connect the power cable back up into the back of the PC. Turn that back on, and let's connect the display port. Let's connect the display port cable to the new graphics card for the first monitor. So this is your display port. Try to zoom in here so we can get the shape of that. That display port is going to look like this. Dang, messed that up. There it is. It is kind of sensitive when it comes to the touch, especially when you zoom in. But anyway, it's going to have this type of shape to it. and it's going to have two little teeth at the top here that bends down whenever you insert it, and then it's going to click. You'll hear a click sound whenever you make a good connection with it. If you don't hear that click sound, it will fall out. Um, or if you don't hear the click sound, it could stay in there, but it doesn't give you a display on it. So make sure you hear that click sound. And to take it out, you will need to press this down, this button here, in order to bring it out. Once you hear that click sound, but you want to take it out for some reason, make sure you press that button down, and then that releases the two teeth here. All right, let's connect that. And we connected one end to our new graphics card and the other end to the monitor. Let's get the other DVI cable. And what it did there was daisy chained that one monitor to the next. So let's go over there for a second. So we have this monitor, not necessarily this second monitor, not going to the desktop, but it's going to be daisy chained off and read the feed from here and display onto that second monitor. Let's power on the second monitor. We can see that this one is on already. Let's power this one on.
And what type of connection was that, Lee?
A display port.
Okay. So that's two monitors going into an old legacy system, right?
It's going into the desktop. It's just doing a daisy chain instead of using two different inputs. So what you could do,
back of the monitor.
Yeah, you could hold on, man. Let me get right. All right. You could do two separate connections to two separate monitors, right? You could do one dedicated line to one monitor and then another DVI cable to a second monitor. But what in this case, what it did is that it took one connection from the desktop to the monitor and then took the other cable and daisy chained it to another monitor. Okay.
Then there's a settings there are settings in the system for two monitors, to be set up, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
For sure.
Can I
All
ask?
right, let's stop. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So there's a connection from the new graphics card to the monitor, to the one of the monitors, and another connection between the monitors.
Yes. Let's see if I can get over there. Bear with
Is
me.
it a cord? Is it another cord? Or
It is a second display cord.
second display? Okay.
You
So
see
it's a
those
display port to the graphics card and another display port from the monitor to the other monitor.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm sorry if I'm asking too many questions.
No. Hey, y'all, I
Yeah,
want
that's
y'all
a
to
good
ask
question,
questions.
though. That's good.
I want questions because this is how you get it. Now, do we use daisy chains in the real world? I don't tell people to daisy chain, but this is what they want you to know. All right. So when they
work
say
from
it,
home does.
say it again.
Work from home is using them a lot, so it does come in handy. The info.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, and
they have the dual display monitors.
But I typically come off of two dedicated ports, but that's me. Not saying that you can't do it. So, all in all, what I'm saying is that I don't want you to shy away from the questions. Stop me and let me know what's on your mind. I don't mind.
But I'm planning on setting up. I'm actually setting up my home office as we speak. My game plan is to get a 32-inch television with the Google Chrome TV app, and have it set up to whereas I could, whatever's on my monitor, I can shoot it to the TV.
A lot of you may not even need to go Google. A lot of you have an Android, right? Well, yeah, a lot of phones will cast out to a particular TV or to your, I want to say your monitor, but definitely to your TV. So if you can
Well,
get all of those things talking to each other, it's easy to put documentation on your TV.
yeah. Well, I got the Google Chrome app along with the device that I plug into the HDMI port, and whatever I got on the computer, it casts us on to that.
Yeah, it's all productivity and it helps out. All right. Let's install. We powered on the PC and we see that we have both monitors on. The thing that I want to bring to your attention is that since it's coming off of the same feed, that they show the same thing. So if we log into these particular accounts, it's going to show the same thing on each monitor. But I typically want to go off of, so I will want to go off a different feed for the second monitor just to kind of have an extended layout versus showing two of the same things. All right, let's install the right side cover on back onto the chassis. So we put the cover up here on our ledge. Let's take that and throw that back on there. Back on and install the two screws back onto secure the side panel. And that's this lab. We completed all the tasks in this lab to install the graphics card.
So is
Was
this?
that? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I wanted. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask if this is the type of labs that we're gonna go through when we get the assignments that you're gonna give us. Is it like this when we break off into groups, or will we have something to do like this that we could practice on like on a computer, or?
I'm gonna give you real world type of.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to ask you what I was thinking about a little bit today was like having you dig through your own computer and somehow telling your group what's the basics of your computer. What's your IP address? What is your home gateway? Who is your internet provider? Tasks like that, something that y'all can get into a group and I'll go through my original list. And what I was thinking is that I have some of the more experienced individuals team up with less experienced individuals, and we work on a Saturday or Sunday, just kind of going through and everybody's walking through their systems to try to figure out what they have, because it might be eye-opening for someone who's never seen a Mac going into a Windows PC to look for information and vice versa. And so those are the type of tasks that I'm going to have you do. And those type of tasks will help you in the experience phase of what we're trying to do when it comes to transitioning into this field.
Professor, Professor Mitchell, this class is going to be like for every day of the week, right?
Oh, no. Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, right? Unless they told y'all got something different.
Well, you just said Saturday and Sunday, so I think she's wondering why are we doing Saturday and Sunday.
Oh, okay. No. I said Saturday and Sunday.
No. I don't mind that. I don't mind Saturday, Sunday. I'm just asking to add to my schedule, to add to the calendar, so I can get a reminder, and that way I'm not late to class again.
Oh, no. It's Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday where we're meeting here. I just said Saturday and Sunday as whenever your group decides to, what's the best time for y'all to find an hour to, get a Zoom call and go over some things. That's all.
Like a study group.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
All right.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, so for the lab that we just did, most modern computers, like they already come with a graphics adapter. So in this case, would we be installing one because like the original one failed, or are they dealing with some type of I don't know, software or something where the graphics are like the original graphics adapter couldn't like translate it or something? Like why would we have to install one if most computers already come with one?
Just like how, and great question, but you'll be surprised of how many desktops out there that is lacking the modern up to date software, software and hardware. Sorry, and so it could be they're looking for an upgrade in maybe they've been running off of VGA this whole time, and now they want to have a DVI interface or a HDMI you know type of interface, and then you would have to change it then. Um, Maybe you're learning and you're just looking at it and saying, you know what, I want to upgrade this particular computer, or you buy a old computer off of eBay and you say, I'm gonna refurbish this computer and resell it based off of the features that I put into it. And in order to do that, I'm gonna upgrade the video card in there. So um, while those are not great reasons on why we would do that, and yes, you are right, a lot of technology today should be past that. um, those are some of the reasons why. Um, Now, at the same time, I've worked with a lot of places that have Windows 7 installed and Windows XP, and I work in a field that it's an industrial field, so we can't just upgrade our computers whenever we feel like it because we run 24/7, 365, and we can't really shut down the conveyor belts even if we want to. So again, we may have old computers in there, and we may find a little bit of time to say, you know what, hey, I need you to go in there and upgrade the equipment there, or they're needing this component. We just need to upgrade that. So that's why you would kind of at least want to know how to go into it. Um, from a security standpoint, check this out. Um, in order to go in there and at least go into the desktop, into a laptop, when we discard of old computers and laptops, we want to take the hard drives out. Um, in case you guys haven't known that when you put stuff on your hard drive, it's there, and until you tell it to overwrite it, and until you tell it to overwrite it, it can be pulled up in some kind of form and fashion. So what I'm saying is that things that's on your hard drive are never really truly gone unless you destroy it physically. So, in order for let's say, a banking company to upgrade their desktops, we want to make sure that we pull all our hard drives out and then do a process of what we call degaussing, where we take two big magnets and we pull apart all of the components inside. Or we just, we in the country, we take them outside and we shoot them. And
But, well, what about a DoD wipe?
it, it can work, right?
Yeah.
And what he's talking about is, writing ones and zeros over a hard drive 7 times over until everything that's on there is completely hidden by the ones and zeros. But I've heard some stories where even that is not totally wiping the hard drive. That's where you see in these movies, and I can say that that's probably true, is that when they run these big heist operations like the drug house or whatever, and then the FBI comes in, they throw the hard drives in what? They throw it in water or they throw it in the microwave and degauss that. They want to physically destroy those things. You can run a wipe on it, but let the FBI get their hands on it. And if they really want some stuff, they'll piece it back together, even if you put it in the water.
But then
So
you end up with a
Yeah, all
forensic
they gotta do is
audit.
wait till it dries out for a bit in order for them to reuse it, right?
I don't know the process of what they would do to get it from the water, but I know when it comes to forensics and cybersecurity, is that FBI don't be playing. So they're gonna get their information unless you destroy it physically. And even then, you shouldn't have been doing what you were doing anyway. Because anyway, don't know how they actually go about drying it out and getting the information. Sorry.
That's unique, because would we do any type of forensic audits of that nature, something like that?
When I go into that section of Security Plus, I will give fair warning that if you don't know what you're doing when it comes to forensics, it's best for you to leave it alone. Um, and the reason why I say that is because you're talking about legal stuff now. And if we're talking about pinning something to someone's personal identity, or we're trying to say, hey, this person looks at this stuff here. If we're so bold to do that, then we better make sure that we can prove it 100% and it's not altered in no type of way. So before when I show y'all some tools and this, that, and the third, you are by no means to over push your abilities to tell people no, you can't look at this, or you can't go, you're not the police. Don't do that. And you
But
you get in trouble.
but you may get hired by somebody for that, and
Then you do that. But you do it under your own jurisdiction. You don't overstep it. That's all.
right.
Trust me. Don't overstep it, and don't go looking for things either, unless someone tells you to look for those things. If someone comes up on your radar and they say, "Hey, they looking at gambling sites on at work," it's not your job to go over there and say, "Hey, you can't be gambling. You can't be on Prize Picks or DraftKings for the game." That's not your job. Your job is to put those things in place. You give those alerts to your higher ups. All right. Let's jump into these slides. Any questions? All right, I'm gonna try to make it quick, and then I'm gonna try to get to. We went over that. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get there. All right. Real quick, y'all did y'all see the post in the classroom this morning from yesterday?
You
Yeah.
mean like the
Oh, go
slide?
ahead.
Yeah, I ain't seen that. I just haven't had a chance to go back yet because I'm at work. But yeah, I did see.
I
Okay.
saw it, and I saved it to my computer.
It
Okay.
actually wouldn't let me in the classroom because it kept telling me that it was a different email, and I tried multiple emails and it still didn't work. So that told me to actually talk to y'all about that. I followed the link through the Slack to get into the classroom, and then when I put in my stuff, it was like it was a different email.
Okay. Get with me after class, and then
Okay,
we'll see if we can figure it out.
no problem.
All right. Lesson 2, installing system devices. So we are going to say some things that we talked about yesterday with motherboards, but some of this stuff is going to be sitting on top of the motherboard or plugged into it. So some things we already went over in the lab, such as the power supply. These power supplies typically are going to be specified for whatever region that you're in, just because we use different power sources than people in the UK. And so we want to make sure that if we ever need to replace a power supply on a desktop, that we look up our model number and just get what's there in the first place. Now, in the real world, I keep saying the real world, in a lot of places that I've been, we don't replace the power supply. We replace the computer. Okay. Um, and so you can easily just replace the desktop because at this point, sometimes they're a little bit inexpensive for a company to actually replace, and they probably have a contract with a company that they can just get those things replaced, um, so many within a year, right? But we saw that red power supply in that lab that we were looking at, and sometimes the fans run out of them, and then they start to power down, or maybe there's a thunderstorm that happens, and there's a big surge to the building, and it burns these things out. So if that's the case, then we need to go in and replace them. We will go into the desktop the same way, unscrew them, and then replace them just as easy as we took the old one out. Now, you can have redundant power supplies in bigger desktops, servers, and this is going to keep us with the availability factor. Availability is such a big thing when it comes to um, making sure that the data is always there for someone to access it when they want to access it. Um, if you can't have the availability there, then you create what we call a denial of service, a DOS, or a distributed denial of service, which is directly to you. But a redundant power supply can help you with that, because if one power supply goes down, then we could go ahead and put the order in for one to get that replaced as soon as possible. Now, a heat sink. Fan cooling system. So this is where we are talking about the CPU on that motherboard, and it's going to typically have a heat sink on there to actually dissipate the heat that's going onto this little chip here. This chip, remember, is the brain of the computer, and everything is processed here, and so it gets hot immediately. And before we put it on its pins here, in order for it to have a connection to the rest of the board, we put a paste, kind of a chalky paste on there in order for it to set steadily and be able to operate properly. We'll see that in this lab that we'll do shortly. So let's start talking about storages and the different types of storages, redundancy that we can have in storages. So we talked about SATA drives yesterday, right? And we talked about how we can have a external or removable type of storage. They're typically going to be in a 3.5 or a 2.5 size. I haven't really seen a 5.2, but 3.5 is typically those bigger SATA drives that you see. Um, the the smaller, slimmer ones are going to be your typical SSDs, 2.5s. And they typically live here in these bays. In that lab I showed you all of those slots that you have that you could put different drives in. And when we have 4 or 5 drives there, then now we can spread our data across those drives and create some type of redundancy. So if not necessarily a backup. It's not a true backup, but it's kind of like a backup. So if we um, come into a point where we lose power or we lose some type of connection to our data, we can get it back with these multiple drives that we have here in our desktop. SSDs, we talked about SSDs yesterday and the performance that it brings to it. Again, if we pair our SSDs up with a formidable amount of RAM, then we can definitely see a performance change in our system. So sometimes we don't need to go and buy the latest and greatest. We can get a computer that's maybe 5 to 10 years old and then upgrade the hard drive in it with the memory, and then be able to see a difference in a particular device. And sometimes just resetting that computer to its factory settings and wiping everything out will probably make it run faster too. Over time, we always kind of bog down our computer with updates and storage over time of just saving different documents, pictures, videos. Those things constantly just eat up space, and it typically starts to bog down the computer. Too far. No, that was right. So this is your typical SATA drive. You remember yesterday we talked about that CD, and I said that the CD was very similar to what we have in our SATA drives. And these actuators are going to actually write the data physically into these disks. And when we're talking about destroying them, that's why it's so important that we physically destroy all of them by either putting, I've seen people um, poke holes in them with screwdrivers, but degaussing them. It's nothing but metal parts in here. So two strong magnets will just pull everything apart, making it unusable. But the one thing we don't want to do is sell a computer with our hard drive that's still in it. We want to make sure to take those things out. Now let's get into RAID. Redundant array of independent disks. This is going to create a fault tolerance. Fault tolerance means that um, something bad can happen, but we have a backup plan. We have something in place that if something bad does happen, we can keep it moving. Um, there's different types of raids, and this is where it's going to get a little dry here, but um, just bear with me. So we have raid 0, raid 1, 5, and 10. For your exam, remember that in the best case scenario, raid 5 is probably going to be the better of the 4. Okay, but let's go over what it does, right? So
What does it stand for again?
Redundant array of independent disks. In the chat. So sometimes you may hear this as like a NAS system or a NAS backup or a SAN backup or setup. This is where, if we go back to this picture here, we have all of these drives, slots filled with SATA drives or SSDs. And so when we're creating data and we set up a RAID, what happens in RAID 0 is that we will write some of the data on, let's go back to our Nabisco thing, right? So we're trying to save the data for our recipe. What'll happen in RAID 0 is that we'll put some of the recipe on data 1, some of the recipe on data 2, some of it on 3, 4, so on and so forth, right? So this makes it pretty fast. But if the hard drive, and mind you, these circular pieces are hard drives, that's what it represents. So if hard drive 2 goes away, then piece of our recipe is gone, and we can't get it back because nobody has that particular piece of the data on it. So while it's fast, it's not necessarily better for actual bringing that data backups. Whereas RAID 1 is a mirroring type of redundancy. So on these two SATA drives, I'm going to write the same exact recipe on both of them. So if I lose data, this particular hard drive up here, I can always pull my information from down here until I order me a new drive, put it in here, and now I can do that process back over. That's great for redundancy, but it's not great for performance. Okay. Now, RAID 5, on the other hand, has something different. It needs at least 3 drives, and it needs to have something called a parity into it. And that parity is going to sit there unbothered. And what it's going to do is going to look for that information being written over these different hard drives. So that recipe is on data 1, data 2, and data 4, so on and so forth, right? If data 1 goes down, that parity will then kick in and say, oh, you know what? The information is missing off of data 1. I can go ahead and put the information back because that's my job. That's what I do. Now, I get the added benefit of spreading the information across I'm sorry. I get the added benefit of spreading the data across the drives, but that parity is going to sit there as my kind of like a watcher and be able to see if there's something going wrong with our drives and then fix those issues. Still with me? Now,
Yep.
okay. The RAID 10 is a combination of 1 and 0. Okay. So we're spreading the information across each and every um, drive. So it gives us the speed of 0, but it also gives us the redundancy of RAID 1, which is great, right? But what's the problem here? Why would I say RAID 5 is probably where, it's the most popular one, and that's probably the answer that you're going to see, or the question that you see on the exam, is that RAID 10 is going to probably be your most expensive. And what did we say in our discussion before class? Ain't nobody trying to break bread with IT like that. All right. So you got to come up with a better way, which would probably be RAID 5 with that parity.
So,
all right.
So RAID 5 would be the better option for anything,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. You can actually kind of see that on your own PC. Back up. Not back up. Reset. So when you go to reset this PC, I have one drive on my PC, but when you go to this particular setting, it gives you the option to reset the whole PC back to its original state. Not only is it's just basically calling on that parity to say, reinstall Windows for me and wipe everything else out. It's kind of like that, except for you're dealing with multiple drives. Okay. Like I said, this part is a little dry just because it's we don't really deal with this often, but it's something that you will come across as far as redundancy. And not a lot of times with backups nowadays, we are using the cloud in the replace of RAID, because RAID would probably be on premise, in the office, whereas in the cloud could be anywhere in the world, right? And so if a tornado hits our particular building and it tears up our RAID system, then we lose all our data, regardless if we're running RAID 5 or not. But if we got it in the cloud, we can easily just pull it from the cloud and keep it moving.
That's what I was going to ask, because I know a lot of places invest in offsite systems just in case something like that happens.
I think this is great for day-to-day operations, but I wouldn't rely on this to be, unless, now see, it's all case by case, unless they can't afford the cloud, right? And they're saying, hey, Jonathan, I really need you to come up with something in order for me to make sure that I have my information here whenever I need it. And a NAS might be something that you need to do. A NAS will look like this, not the wrapper,
So
but
would that be like a something's better than nothing situation?
yes, yes. And that's all I was, really kind of getting at when it came to denying everything when it comes to security appliances, is that I can't leave the company without any kind of security and say, oh well, since you don't want the best, you don't get nothing. No, I have to come up with, like, who's gonna pay 2,500 for a server
Okay.
rack that ain't even working?
But then that goes back to what we asked about earlier about spending that money on the front end, though, right?
You know, and I'm not trying to be mean, right? You know,
I know.
do you know how to?
I'm just asking. I'm just
If
throwing
I
it
buy
out
this
there.
right now, can you set this up? I don't know
Let's
how to
set
set
it
it
up.
up. I don't know how to set this up, so I gotta hire someone to set this up for me. There's more money I'm asking for.
So I kind of feel like we're going into a career where the people that we're going to be working for are going to want, shiny metal armor, but all we're going to have for them is bubble wrap.
It's
Well,
I'm not saying that, right? I'm not trying to say, hey,
no, yeah, but
just give them the bare minimum.
yeah.
But
so
when they
so
reject it,
instead of getting an 18-wheeler, they want a Pinto.
no, I'm saying maybe get them something, get them a Cavalier. What's
Get
wrong
it
with
as
that?
close as possible, right?
Like, you don't have to have the latest and greatest. And if
Okay. It's just got to work.
it's going to be your job to look at the budget and say, I know what you want, but this is what we can
What you
afford,
need.
and it gets the job done.
Okay. Okay.
So this might be too much.
Yeah.
2,500 for one. And again, ain't nobody set it up yet. I don't know how to set this up. So we got to hire a third party. What we use is a company called CDW, or we may use Gartner to
Okay.
bring in another professional that just do server racks. And then
How long
anyway,
have you been in IT? Like just like
oh
cyber,
07,
huh?
07.
Oh Lord, okay. So and you've never even had to mess with any of these racks or anything like.
Not saying that you don't.
Yeah, no, I don't.
But
I was wondering. You know what
that's
I mean?
the way I see. Sometimes you
Okay.
can get siloed into your own field and you never touch these things. So a
Okay.
server administrator is totally different than a network administrator, which is
Yeah.
totally different than a desktop engineer or a cybersecurity analyst.
Yeah.
And we never go into each other's field, because soon as I start changing some stuff on a server, whole company goes down. That's what you don't want. You want to stay in your wheelhouse and do the things that you were hired to do. Soon as you start touching everything, saying, "Oh no, this need to be this way," man, no.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I know hard questions and stuff like that, but I kind of get that there's a lot more boundary to it than say, other jobs that I've worked,
Right now,
But general technology is so wide and so broad. And I have went in as a third party contractor with a few
mhm.
companies that would send me a manual ahead of time to say, okay, when you walk in there, you go to this particular rack, you look for this particular item, and this is what we want you to do.
And I could see that, but they hire you to do that. They didn't ask you to go into the router or the firewall. What I'm saying is that in my career field, in my career, I've stayed away from those things, not voluntarily, but it never allowed me to actually go into that. We always had some administrator over it. And so the only thing I would do is give them a task to have it done. But I never had to touch it or configure it. At this point in time now, I give you I give you what's the best practices on configuring a server rack. So I may say that we want to use a certain encryption on it, but it's up to you as a server administrator to imply that. I'm not doing it. You gonna do it.
So you
But
taking
that's
the blame off.
oh
You
no.
take you
You
taking the
said,
blame off you, so in case something happened,
what
hey,
did you
you
say?
know,
You
y'all
said
do it,
job security,
not
right?
me. Huh?
You said job security, right?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Just no, it's not my position to do that. And if I'm a real good security guy, I shouldn't even have access to certain servers. But we'll get into that later. All right. So what I was saying, NAS setup might look like this, right? A little small one, $200. Might be, something that we can hook up to the internet and have our data whenever we want to have it online. This might be something more if we're working in a small company, 250 users max, right? We might want to use something like this as a solution. Good conversation though. You typically see them like this. It's not a bad price. All
It's a
right.
brain. It's a brainiac moment where we got all the wonderful think tanks in here.
All right. We talked about flash drives yesterday, removable storage. These can get up, have a ton of storage on them nowadays. And they're kind of inexpensive, really, for a terabyte thumb drive. I got a terabyte thumb drive somewhere around here, but I keep forgetting to put stuff on it. So I don't know how useful that is to me. But the thing about that you kind of want to just know that removable storage is something that you can use for productivity, but you can also have it put into your computers and you don't know about it. So sometimes your clients can go ahead and bring their own flash drives in and transfer data out, which is something that we don't want, right? All right, optical drives. We talked about that yesterday with the CDs, DVDs, and Blu-rays. All things that we probably haven't seen in the last 10 years. It should have had a better run, but it did not. Really, to tell you the truth, flash drives kind of took over before CDs could really take hold and be a staple in the computer world. Yeah, you got a lot of software that used to come onto a computer. I mean, a CD, and you would actually have to keep those CDs in order to load whatever software, especially if you're getting a new device. But we typically don't use this anymore. We typically just pull everything down from the cloud. Back when these things were popular, downloading software from the cloud or from the internet was unbearable back then. And so um, this was definitely a something that you would have to alleviate that. It was also rewritable, where you may have data on it, but like we said, with a wiping that CD clean, you can put more data on top of it, and the old data will cease to exist, right? So it's also rewritable. All right, C2. Let's jump into the install and the configuration of system memory. This is where we're going to be talking about RAM memory. Um, Remember, RAM, that memory is going to work in conjunction with our CPU, and it's going to remember to get back to things that we have open and keep those things updated. So like how I got different tabs open, sometimes some people have a lot of tabs just open, right? And it's across the board to where anyway, tabs just open, and all of those tabs if you had enough memory, could possibly constantly keep talking back and forth to its server. And so having a CPU that's robust enough, which would be a 64-bit, and matched up with that RAM, could possibly keep those things updated, constantly going in the background while you're just looking at whatever page that you're looking at, keeping it updated. Now, 32 bits and 64 bits, you're typically going to see more 64-bit CPUs out here versus 32 bits. And how we can figure it out, and I think one of my questions that would be for our groups coming up is, how do we figure out if we got a 64-bit or a 32-bit? And you would typically go to a system information um, here and find out that information. I might be wrong, but it should say 64 right here. So under system type, if you have a 64, I have a 64-bit processor. If you have 32 there, you have a 32-bit. All right, dual inline memory modules. So these SODIMMs or DIMMs typically comes in pairs, and they can be expensive based off of how much memory you want. So you can see that if you just want to get ungodly with it, you can spend some money on something that you'll probably anyway. I'm not getting into that. It can get expensive. Okay, you typically
Are they
going to
making
spend.
any system with them anymore?
I don't know.
I hadn't seen none in a while.
Let me not get into that. All right, all right, all right. But Newegg is a spot that you can get a lot of technology from. You typically are going to get them in pairs like this, and this is typically how much you're going to spend. You shouldn't really spend over $300 for some good memory. When we are handling our memory, we want to make sure that we pinch them on our sides here, and then slide those things in the space in the place, and make sure they clip in. We'll go over that again with that lab that we got, and it should be a plug and play. So once you reboot your machine, you should be able to see the added memory there. Um, so can be expensive. Not every machine, probably you're not going to just go in and say, hey, I'm just going to upgrade the memory on it. And Mac machines typically have different memories uh, than Windows machines. Real quick. Sorry about that. Y'all can see that this comes out of a old MacBook that I had. Not a MacBook, a Mac desktop. And I upgrade the memory on that. So very different than what we got on the screen. Well, I don't know if y'all can see me.
Are these typically on like the bottom of the motherboard?
These will be somewhat in the middle of the motherboard.
Middle?
Not directly in the middle, but it's going to be not directly on the edge either. And it's probably going to be on the opposite side of your video cards,
Okay.
your in and out inputs. We'll take a look at it in the lab.
Okay.
All right, last session here, and then we'll jump into this lab here. Install and configure the CPUs. So you heard me say about the battery that could be on that motherboard. It keeps up with that clock speed. If that battery is going to get weak, you'll tend to have your clock drift in time. And back in the day, this is around the Y2K era, drifting in time will cause sync issues with other computer devices, therefore, not being able to communicate. So we want to make sure that, and I haven't done it, but we want to make sure that battery is up to date and fresh. Also, another feature of a CPU is the virtualization support. So um, older computers may not have the capabilities of creating a virtual machine on their PC. If you want to run certain software like VirtualBox, which I would highly suggest that y'all run VirtualBox on your machines if you want to power up any other OSs on top of what we already have, just to kind of test things out or just get familiar with navigating around different OSs. Um, this will be perfect, VirtualBox. But if that CPU doesn't, or that motherboard doesn't have that feature to do this feature, virtual machines, then you won't be able to do so. Okay. Now I will power up my virtual machine for you guys in certain classes, but I won't go through how to actually put OSs on. So if y'all want to be high speed, I would definitely suggest that use Oracle VirtualBox. It's free to use, and I can share the iOS files for you to put OSs on your machine. All right, last slide here. The capabilities of CPUs and then the motherboard. So we typically going to see these in workstations, towers, and laptops, servers, and then mobile devices. So keep in mind that mobile devices is going to be just as important as desktops and laptops, especially in Core 1 and Core 2. They're going to have a whole section dedicated to mobile devices. And given the fact that we've been working with mobile devices for the past 20 years every day, I'm expecting everybody to, at least excel in that section. All right. Okay. All right. Any questions? Oh, I kind of feel like I'm losing y'all. Y'all want to? Y'all good?
I'm just looking at stuff that took me way back to 2002, 2005 when I was working in computers. You know what I mean? A lot of this stuff is just old. When they say legacy, it's really legacy.
That's what come to your wants.
And I've been just adding definitions to my notes.
Okay, I know it's a lot. I'm sorry.
No, you go. I was just because some of us like I don't know what that is, so we're gonna go
I'm
find
looking at
out.
y'all, and I'm seeing a lot of heads just kind of tilt to the side a little bit.
Yeah, because we looking like, man, this is way back in the deep, because in dealing with computers, it got to a point where, like you said, we could just upgrade the memory, upgrade the software and stuff like that. But then, see, the PC makers got mad a few years ago, right before XP and all that came out. They got mad because we was upgrading those legacy PCs to whereas you just upgrade the memory for every amount of stuff that you was adding on in there. But they said, okay, well, look, the software vendors are making money. We're not making money. So what they did was they started making the updated PCs with both the software and the hardware, so that the hardware manufacturer would make money instead of the PC manufacturer, the software manufacturer.
Everybody got to eat.
Yeah,
everybody got to eat, and me starting a company is not my objective is not to please everybody. My objective is to make that bottom line number go up. All right.
Most definitely.
The last thing we're going to do here is go. I'm sorry.
Okay. Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, this is Kay. Hey. So this is kind of off topic. So when you were talking about the app that you have where you can have multiple OSs. I'm
Yes.
curious to know, what is your favorite OS to use?
I like any Windows, and the only reason why I say that is because I work with Windows all day, every day. So,
Okay. Have you? What are your thoughts on Unix?
I don't have any
I know
thoughts.
it's old and antiquated. There you go. See,
I
I
don't
know
have
it's
any thoughts on
old,
you.
but it's a nice open source. But I haven't used it in a long time. I have to say that. Now I use Windows most, but I was just curious to know what's your favorite operating system as far as the flexibility and the non,
Don't get me wrong.
proprietary and all that.
If you are, if that's your wheelhouse, see, I stay in my wheelhouse, right? So, a large part of my career was desktop support, and
Mm-hmm.
so I had to deal with a bunch of everything. I got started with Windows XP, and I'm all the way up to now. So I just have to know that in and out. Um, but I do understand that if you are a coder, right? If you live off of writing code, creating things in that environment, then those type of OSs, they work better for you, especially with Firefox. And me as
Yeah.
a help desk type of person, it's my job to know how to fix the issue that you may see in that browser or whatever, or if you have a problem with
Mm-hmm.
Unix, to try to help you get at least back to a working state. Um, but if you're talking
Exactly.
about, when I get down and I I'm more productive on a Windows machine. And I think a lot of
Okay.
the workforce is more productive on a Windows machine.
Oh, I agree absolutely. I truly do. So
Yeah,
okay. Thank you.
no
And
problem.
and then you have to realize that in the Windows operations anyway, that Microsoft is only going to offer so much support after the time like they did with XP and everything, moving
Right.
on to like Windows 10 and Windows 11. They've gone now to offer support for those operating systems now instead of the old legacy operating systems, like Windows 10, uh, Windows 8, the XP, and all like that. They no longer offer they don't offer support for them anymore.
No. And we'll learn about that more in Security Plus, where we're talking about what to do with legacy systems. It's kind of contradictory, right? We Core One and Core One is going to ask us to learn about all these legacy systems, and then you get into Security Plus, and they're going to say, "Hey, don't use them legacy systems." So I find it to be funny, but that's what CompTIA wants to do. So,
But
all
what
right.
what happens if you get that wonderful job and you get out there and they got legacy operating systems that's been running their programs for God knows how many years.
Um, There's ways around it, but I would first say it doesn't need to shut off, and it doesn't need to go on the internet. It can run, but it doesn't need to go on the internet. There's no need for it to go on the internet. All right. All right, let's jump into it so I can get y'all some dinner. All right. Installing the motherboard. Let's go ahead. We already got it on the side. Let's pull this cover off. And so this is how a empty rack is going to look. And this is how we can quote unquote build a PC, right? We can order a motherboard from Amazon, right? And we could build it from piece by piece based off of how powerful we want it. You get some people that do that. I'd rather for it to be already built. All right.
Are they all the same size?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Are they all the same size?
The case or motherboards?
Just to fit inside of a computer,
They
desktop.
are the the desktops can be a little bit smaller or larger. You remember when we were looking at those video cards, some of them are huge. And so those they would need to have a more bigger casing. Um, but typically they are going to be this size, and you don't have to really worry about it being a little bit smaller. But I've seen smaller ones than this for sure. So like the Dell desktops, like this is a typical one that we're looking at now, right? But that Dell desktop that I used to work with, I work with some like these, but I also work with some like these two. And we consider these to be desktops. But these are small form factors.
I
Where
was
these,
I was referring to the motherboard. Like, is it like
oh
one size fits all or what?
no, it should be different sizes for the motherboard
Okay.
based off of the specifications that you want. ATX. Remember that when we have these small forms right here, these will naturally take a smaller motherboard to go inside.
So would that be on the thin clients and stuff like we was talking about yesterday?
Not always. Thin client doesn't necessarily need to have a desktop. Sometimes a thin client could be. They got now the smart monitors where it's all integrated with one piece, and so you don't. Only thing you just connect to it is just the keyboard and the mouse to the monitor, and it automatically has that. Almost think of it as a Raspberry Pi integrated to the monitor, and is able to run the OS that way.
I
All
think
right.
I actually have one of those monitors, like a small one, where you can use the Wi-Fi or you can connect the network cable. So
Right.
that, yeah.
Yeah, those are I like them. But the only reason why I don't like them is that when it comes to upgrading your memory and certain components of it, you got to take apart your monitor and
Right. And that was
technically,
kind
right?
of a big issue. I don't have a whole lot of memory. I would have to take apart the monitor, do all of that. I did manage to put Windows 11 on it, but I had to kind of backdoor it, you know?
Yeah, and those new OSs, they take up a lot of resources, and so it's a game like Jonathan was saying, is that it's a game that everybody plays where, oh, if you want the new hotness, you might need to go and buy another computer, and we sell those. But if you want to put this on your old computer, we're just going to take up a lot of
Mm-hmm.
resources, and so it's going to be unbearable. And you know what? It's going to make you upgrade later. But whenever you do go to shop, just make sure that we are shopping for this real quick. I know I got jumping down the rabbit hole. When we're going shopping, Best Buy, laptop.
Lord, not Best Buy.
Hey, I'm going off of the name. So if you're doing something for, well, I'm not going to say that. Anyway, I would say if we're doing production, Lenovo is probably going to be your best bet, in my opinion. That or Dell. Anyway, the more important thing that we're looking for is that this is what we're going to be looking at. 4 gigs of memory and then 64 gigs of storage space. While that may be in our price range, and this is a slim computer, this is what they're going to have in your face. This is going to look good, but at the same time, I'm going to end up, this is going to go slow, and it's a Chromebook. So that's a whole nother thing. I'm not going to be able to put applications on it the way I want to. Let's go with Core 7. We talked about the processor being like an i5 or i7 or i3. This is a little bit much, but we got 16 gigs of memory, 512 on the gigs of storage. I will live with the 512 just because I know I'm going to use a lot of cloud storage. And so everything that I may put on the 512 local storage, I might just transfer it to my Google's cloud. Okay. So that's the only thing I want y'all, next time y'all go and buy a computer or a laptop, get something that's going to be internally going to give you enough performance for years to come versus the new hotness that looks good and can fold into a tablet too. Those things are probably not gonna be robust enough to last you throughout next year. All right. Jumping back into the motherboard. Let's connect our ESD wrist strap. Throw that bad boy on. All right, we're good to go. Install the motherboard standoffs patterns that matches the motherboard form factor you're using. Note, some cases come with standoffs pre-installed. Take these, and we're going to put these mounties in there so it can have something to stand on and not be on that bare metal. Install the rear in and out shield by firmly pressing it into the case until it clicks into place. So remember, in our first lab, this is where our Ethernet port was at. Our audio options are there. My DVI port was there. This is where that plate goes. Remove the motherboard from the anti-static bag, which is the big thing, right? When we're starting to work with this motherboard, we want to make sure that we're standing on our mat, have our anti-static wristband on, and make sure that we discharge ourselves before we go into this bag here to pull out that motherboard. Align the motherboard with the standoffs and gently place the motherboard into the case, ensuring that it's not damaged or trace the backside of the motherboard. Let's go. So you see, once we set that motherboard in there, now our ports are here. And now we need to screw this in so it won't be flopping around as well. So we're going to put these screws in to different slots here along the edges of the motherboard. And some in the middle. All right, connect the front panel to the USB 3 connector and the motherboard 3 header. So let's back that up a little bit. Okay, this is the front of the panel. We want to plug this in to get connection. So right now, with all the connections that we're going to make, this is how all of our inputs are going to let the motherboard know that, hey, there's a command coming from me, turn on, turn off, open the CD drive, what have you. Connect the front panel connector to the motherboard. HD audio. All right, we got those in there. Connect the front panel HD audio connected to the motherboard HD audio header. So we're still hooking in HD audio. Refer to the documentation for the header connection details. And this will give you more information of how the connections go. The motherboard header label printed on the board. Awesome. And then from there, so I want to go back. That's the end of this lab, but once you put that motherboard in there, then we can add other components such as this video card, this NIC card, the SATA drive, the memory. All of those things can go in on top of the motherboard. The motherboard is just kind of like I like to think of it as the layout of a city. All of the circuits, they run all back and forth from the CPU to the different components on that motherboard. And so that's why I kind of look at it as kind of like a city. And those circuit um, lines are kind of like your roads. Any questions?
So I ain't gonna hold you. I actually have a lot of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
I did put it in the chat, so like maybe we can all chime in for the sake of time. But I need to just like back up and paraphrase from I guess like the beginning to where we are now, if that's okay, just to make sure that I really did understand everything. So from the very beginning, so the graphic adapters, so those are what like lets you even be able to see anything on your screen, right?
Yes, that's where we're going to connect to our monitors.
Okay. And then for the raids, there's a few different kinds, but raid 5 is the best kind because it has like a good balance of everything. And these are like backup hard drives and they're in the server. Is that right or no?
Yes, they could be in the server or they could be external and on a network, but they're going to work with your server or desktop.
So my laptop would not have any.
It doesn't have it. That's where we have that external one. So that
Okay.
external one we can plug it into a USB port to your laptop. And now not only do you have your hard drive inside your laptop, but you got five others into that uh, RAID that's on to the side.
So for raids, why would I want that? Because at first I was thinking it was like for memory, but I guess like if I have something really important and I just need like extra copies of it.
Yes. So imagine if you were trying to think of a job title that needs to make sure that they have the changes at all times. Um, Imagine if you were a video producer or a TV producer and we needed to have the schedule of TV shows that we ran yesterday, right? And when you have so many different um, data points of how you actually figure out what you're going to run tomorrow, because you base it off of all of the previous data that you had before, that's a lot of data because we're running a TV show, we're running a TV network. That's a lot of data that we need, but we need it in order for it to tell us what we're going to run tomorrow. Get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So, okay, if I was to lose last week's data, then I might be in a panic because I can't really tell you for sure what our audience is looking for because last week was such an important week for us. We just had the Super Bowl. And so, with a lot of people watching the NFL game, our TV shows may not have gotten the right. Anyway, you get what I'm saying. I'm using the data to make a decision for my everyday work. You go to me and you say, hey, Lee, I need something to where if I can't afford to lose this data again. What had happened is what had happened is that a thunderstorm came through, it hit the building, it wiped out everything from last week. What can we put in place to allow me to have that information even if the power goes out or a hard drive's my hard drive fails? Maybe it shows
So
a
it's
blue
like a
screen of death.
generator.
Say it again.
It's like a generator.
A replicator.
Okay. So that it's immune to like viruses and stuff? Like if my computer
No,
gets a
no, no,
virus,
no,
it's not gonna.
no. It works like a hard drive. It's just
Okay.
another hard drive. These are hard drives that we are putting in there on NAS storage. So with
So
the
more
ones
or
that
less, it's like a backup disk.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's what I
We put hard drives in each 1, 2, and 3 and 4. And when we do that all together, we can spread all of those TV shows out across all of these different drives. So if hard drive 2 fails and it dies, it's okay because we still got 1, 3, and 4 that can rebuild when we put a new one into O2. Make sense? And so now it becomes redundant, fault tolerant, as the what I was saying. Fault tolerant, something bad happened, we had something in place for it.
I just feel like it's more of a risk because if you lose all your hard drives, then what?
So it's not common for you to lose all of them. But if we have a fire, oh man, we lost all of our TV shows. That's why I said it wasn't a true backup because we typically will need to have it in the cloud for it to be a true backup.
Gotcha.
The
Okay.
cloud, now we can have it sitting in Germany somewhere, and if she needs to have those backups of those shows, we could pull it from Germany. So yeah, is this old technology, so to say, because of how advanced the cloud system is? Yes. But in certain cases, maybe like I said, maybe we can't afford a cloud storage, and this is what we got.
Okay,
Okay.
but wouldn't that be important too to have those APC power backups available too?
Yes. You remember when we talked about power supplies in the first slide?
Mm-hmm.
Redundancy is going to be key for power supplies. So in our servers, some servers are big enough to have multiple power supplies. Some of them are big enough to house that. Some of them not. If not, then we need to put things in place in order to say, okay, if we need to replace that, we need to give that person a a, a loaner laptop or a loaner desktop and have them work on that until we get that ordered in and replaced. It's typically kind of easy to have those power supplies on hand. Trying to get
So
back.
for bits, do we need to know like the math behind it, like how like 8 bits is 1 byte?
When we go into networking, yeah, I would definitely break down when we talk about IP addressing. I'm going to stress that, and
Okay.
I'll
And
try
I
my
think
best to break that down as much as possible.
I think I have bits confused because like I game a lot. So when you talked about bits today, it automatically made me think back to like my Nintendo 64, my Super Nintendo, how the pixels were different. So is
Mhm.
that how does that correlate with like computing? Because with each console, if the processing bits are more advanced than the last generation, how come like if I want to play my PlayStation 1 games on my PS4 games, I can't, but the bits are better on a PS4.
Well, the capability may be there. Like it's the capability may not be there where it cannot talk to an old legacy type of device. Remember when we were talking about those cables, right? Where it may have a HDMI on your laptop, but the computer has a VGA cable input. It's not able to talk to the old technology, or the old technology is not able to compute what the new technology is saying. And so, even though those bits go up, those processing bits go up in the Nintendo 64 versus a PlayStation 2, if they have proprietary codes, then they may not be able to, one, use the old games into the new games. Two, they may not have the backwards capability to show that old technology on a newer platform.
Okay, so when like the PlayStation Store became available and all the games became digitized, they weren't using the original copies then. They more so like rewrote the copies with today's modern stuff.
I would go along. I'm not 100% sure how the coders did it, but they put it into the place of they had it to where
It won't
now.
read it.
I'm sorry.
It won't read it because I asked the developer
Mhm.
because the PlayStation 4 disc that they had, you could use the old, like the PlayStation 2, you could use
Mhm.
those discs on 4. That's because it was written the same, but when 5 came out, the coding was different, so it doesn't read it at all. So that's why
And
you
that's
can't, vice versa. You can't
and
use
that's
it
what
on
we've
5.
been saying. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying you can't use the 4 on the 5.
I'm a Xbox guy myself, but I got
Okay, so finally, my last question. Sorry, guys. So, how often do you do stuff like this? Because I thought I was signing up to like fight hackers and like protect precious information. I'm not really trying to do installations.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. How often do I do like fight hackers at work?
How often am I going to run into situations where I have to do stuff like this, like install graphic adapters and stuff?
If you get a cybersecurity job, we're not doing this.
Oh,
This is what
okay.
that's why at the end of the 20 weeks, core 1 and core 2 is optional. And if we want to go with just taking the security plus, that's what we need to do. But we need to know, I'm not gonna say that we don't need to know this, because when we start talking about security plus and I refer to something like a SATA drive or redundant RAID drive, and I'm saying what's the security measures we need to take for that, it's good to know what I'm talking about.
Okay. Thank you. I have
Okay.
no more questions.
No, I like it. I love them.
This is very educational. I'm learning a lot. These last 2 sessions have really been uh very educational, very learning.
We just
Knowledgeable.
getting started. You wait. You wait till I get to that.
Is that after week 10 you said?
No, networking will probably be next week.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure of it. Let me see. So tomorrow we'll do troubleshooting the PC hardware. Yeah, Monday. Local networking. So we'll touch on some of that hard drive firewalls that you were talking about here. And we'll talk about patch panels, but we'll just talk about this in knowledge of it. All right. If y'all don't mind, let me see. Let me get my screenshot of the class so I can do which I seen Mary Cruz in here earlier, so I know she already did her checks, but I'm gonna go back and do my checks.
Yeah, she said she was gonna pop in at some point.
Yeah.
I have a question while you're doing that. The
Yes.
you said run the virtual box, the visual box to get the OS. You were gonna show us how to do that. I guess we'll do that later, some other time.
Oh no, I said I wasn't. I said I will run it, but I will
Okay.
not show you how to set it
How
up.
to put, okay, gotcha.
I will leave that
But you
for
said it's something that we can do on our own
yes,
computer.
It's
Okay.
definitely it'll help you out if you never set up a virtual machine before.
Okay.
It'll open you up to, hey, I can have two different OSs on one machine.
Okay.
Or you'll know if your machine can hold that, because then that goes back to, do you have enough memory? Do you have enough hard drive space to do that?
Okay. And if
'Cause
we don't, then we could add an external hard drive to actually
you
run the,
can,
okay.
but if you gotta, some OSs take a certain amount of
Space.
memory.
Mhm.
So make sure that you have enough memory to divide, because whatever you take away from, you're taking away from your normal machine, and
Okay.
that might slow down the performance there whenever you're running them at the same time.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
And we'll get this recording in our classroom download tomorrow, right?
Yep. I have the downloads. I'll put the questions that we had in there, and I'll put the slides.
Okay.
Did you send out the recording from yesterday? Because I didn't get it.
It's in the classroom.
Oh,
I
Yeah.
haven't been
Posted.
able to get in.
Okay, yeah. Now, if y'all want to go ahead, and it'll be here on this wall.
Okay.
If y'all want to go ahead and drop, and I'll see y'all on Thursday. I forgot, what's the young lady name who are having issues getting into the classroom. We can work on that.
Me.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have time, or?
Oh yeah. Don't let this baby fool you. I'm mobile.
Well,
Okay.
that's a great thing.
Oh yeah. That's a blessing, really. I got a 1-year-old in there too. And an
Man,
8-year-old and a 7-year-old.
my 4-year-old, he beat me up. Shoot.
That's
All right.
that's real fun.
So the classroom, I can follow the Slack link to get into the classroom, right?
No, the Slack link you're going through from Slack.
Yeah, because that was the only link that I saw to the classroom. Was there a different one?
That's the only one I had too. That's probably why I wasn't able to get in, but I haven't received a different one either.
I don't even think I received that one, to be
Or
honest
if
with
you
you.
want to just drop the link, can you drop the link in the chat?
My bad.
I'm trying to figure out who got these. Who? I got 22 people signed up.
22.
Okay.
come on, the
Yeah, I
classroom.
only have access to Slack. That's the only thing I have is access to Slack. I don't have anything else.
I got Zoom and that's it.
I have
Mhm.
Slack,
Did
but I
you?
don't have a link or anything.
So y'all didn't get the thing for the Zoom for the Google Classroom? Did we have that last night?
No.
I got it.
Missed that.
Y'all don't see this.
No.
No, I must have missed it.
Let's see.
I
I
see a
got it.
Google
I just
Classrooms that was posted February 3rd.
Should that have come in an email?
It should have came in an email with an invitation that I'm trying to get in contact with y'all.
So I didn't get the
And if it's
email
not in
for.
your inbox, check that spam box.
Let me check.
I got the invite, which was to Slack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it didn't have, I can't access the actual class itself. It just brings up that pivot technology back screen.
It brings up, I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
don't have the Google Classroom.
Your back screen, your background that you have now with the pivot technology. I have that. That's what it came with.
Yeah,
That's how it came up.
Okay.
Let me see.
Let's put the emails in the chat. And let's try this again.
Hello, everybody. How you doing?
Hey, girl.
Hey. I'm sorry about that earlier. I just tried to pay attention to what's going on in class instead of like just trying to. I was playing catch up, but at the same time, paying attention to what's going on in class right then. But at the same time, I'm trying to put in my calendar so I'm not late anymore as to what is going on in class.
Okay.
Hey Lee.
Yeah.
What was the class labeled on the in the classroom? What was the label? I have 3 different attachments you did.
You see cohort 16 CompTIA A
Yeah,
plus
I have
and
it. I have it on mine.
okay.
So I'm not sure. I have it.
All right. I'm going to one by one invite. So Kamara, I just sent you an invite.
Okay.
Check if it doesn't pop up in your inbox, check the spam.
I got it in my inbox.
Good night.
All right, you too.
Press join class
Mm-hmm.
and join again. And we in there.
Okay.
So I'm in.
Patricia,
So
I
is
have
that for
already invited you.
is that for the
So,
Google Classroom?
yes, sir.
Okay, all right. I'm already in there then, so I don't need to send it to you.
Oh, say that again. I'm
Patricia, I
sorry.
already sent it to your Yahoo. Can you check
Okay.
your spam?
Okay.
And who email is this? Sorry, TN. I already sent it to you from what it says. I got it right here. Are you able to check your AOL account? All right. A Smith. All right. Should be going to you now. Is that you, Avery? Avery? Sorry.
Yes, that's me.
Okay. Should be in your inbox. If not, spam. And the only reason why I want to go one by one is just to make sure that I get everybody. So Chantel,
Yes.
it says I already sent it to you.
Okay. What would your email address be?
Mine?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm just
come
gonna search it.
on. I don't know.
Oh, I
What,
don't even because I type in, let me look at my spam folder.
When you when I got the email, it said Lee Mitchell on the subject line.
Okay,
okay.
And then in the first message, it says class invitation.
I got it. I
Okay.
got it.
All right. And
And you
then
know what? I blocked you. So let me just
what?
went through and blocked. Yeah, I just because I get a lot of junk emails. So let me unblock.
Yeah, I just bookmarked the classroom and then I'm gonna put it on my desktop. That way.
Now I want y'all to use this in conjunction with the course master. I mean the cert master when whenever you get that. Now don't let this be the end all be all classroom. This is just
Okay.
what we go over during the week, but for sure use your cert master along with it. Who did I just send that to? That was
I have such a hard time with this. If I have, because I have an iCloud account and I
hey,
don't, I
I
have
don't
a
know,
Google account
iCloud
too. So
associated
should
with
I?
that company. I'm just saying.
Look, I have everything with the company. I don't even have I have a MacBook desktop, everything. So let's see.
If you
That's
want me to
just
send it to
we
a
just
different
we that's what we just said a minute ago. Y'all using all these Apple products, it ain't guaranteed.
Yeah, let me see. Let me see. Join class. Okay? I'm in now.
okay.
I just had to use my Google.
Did I
Okay.
not put that in? Yeah, I had to.
Hey, John.
So
So
who?
will we go over anything about Macs in this course?
Yes, yes, we have a whole
Okay.
class on Macs. I'm
Okay.
not gonna leave
Okay,
them out.
good. Okay. I haven't used
I got it.
Windows
I'm
in
like,
years.
And I will call on y'all to help me out because that's not my wheelhouse, but I know enough to be dangerous with
Yeah.
Macs. Daniel, it
Yeah.
says that I already invited you to your Gmail. Definitely check the email, the spam in Gmail.
Yeah, that's actually what I'm looking at my phone right now trying to find it, and it's not even up there. I don't.
And Mary
Can
Cruz
you
sent
search
a
my
link for the
name?
Slack also, so I did
Yeah,
get
well,
that.
see, I've got the Slack stuff. I already got signed up and put in that. I actually was in it a few minutes ago looking through it, and I don't see no, you know what I mean? Because like I said, I just now found out about the classroom when you was talking about it, like 30 minutes ago. Because I didn't even know that we could go in and do, those labs and stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to keep those there. Let me see.
Well, yeah, like that was my fault because I think I was a few minutes late to class whenever yesterday or whatever, and I think y'all had been going had already went over it.
I don't even think we'll be able to get into the labs until we get the CompTIA. What is it?
You skipped
The
all
cert
over me,
master,
Renee.
the cert master will give you the access to this lab, but the
But you recorded everything.
PPTs that I make up, I can put them in the classroom.
So I have a
Do you?
question. Is this where the recordings are going to the
Yes.
classroom? Okay,
Yeah.
that's okay.
Daniel, can you give me another email address?
That one's not working. Yeah, I think I can find it. Give me a second. That's crazy.
I'm not gonna say it's not working, but
Yeah.
it doesn't allow me to. Hold on, can I do that? Maybe I can. I'm gonna try it. Never mind. Hold off on that real.
No, yeah, you're good.
Let me. Yeah, let me go and delete
Well,
that.
I mean that's just like where we done that 6 week cohort to to try to figure out what we was going into. Yeah, I mean Jonathan was there. I mean I had all kinds of trouble. I'm actually gonna have to take my computer tonight and completely factory reset it and everything that I've got on there. I'm gonna have to, you know what I mean? Because it's giving me all kinds of trouble. Because where we had to download all that stuff during the cohort, it was rough.
If you got some room in your Google account, try to put it into your Google Drive. They
Yeah.
give you two gigs of free space. You can just put it there and then wipe your computer clean. I
Okay.
resent that invite to you. Check it now.
Yeah. Let me see if I can.
I'm sorry about that. And all
Sorry, Marjorie, you sounded kind of broken up a little bit.
So far, no good. I'm not seeing it.
Not in the spam.
No, it actually just came out of spam just now. That's what I was looking at. I don't. I mean, I'll keep looking. It might be right here in front of my face. I'm just not seeing it. Let's see.
What kind of computer you got?
It's on my. I'm using my phone right now. It's the Google account. Yeah, I mean, it should be working on my computer too. But
But you're saying
my computer is a Dell. Uh, the It's a Windows 8. I mean, it's a little bit older, but I mean, I've went through and updated all the drivers on it, all that stuff.
So that's fine. I need a new
It's a
computer.
touchpad, ThinkPad, maybe something like that.
make sure if you could see my screen.
Yes.
If you could see, make sure that Google account is the email that I sent it to. Just double check over there.
Okay. Well. Yeah, no. You want me to send my email to you again to make sure it was right? I mean, you said, let's see, because I'm looking.
Let's try this.
Yeah, yeah. Oh. Yo, I'm sorry this is being so difficult.
Oh no. Like I said, y'all can drop if you want. Once we get Daniel squared away, we're good to go.
Daniel probably needs another computer. He just needs to get a modern day computer.
Well, I mean, I love this computer, man. I mean, it's normally don't get me in trouble. It's just, well, when I went through that 6-week cohort and all the stuff that I already had on there, I'm just gonna have to I'm gonna go through. I'll save all my stuff and then go through and.
So you're trying to run a 20-week course on a legacy system, huh?
Well, see, we was told in the 6-week course at the end of it that we wouldn't have to download a whole bunch of stuff and it wasn't going to be a problem. You remember what they told us, and I was like, okay, because I actually asked them that question, and I mean I don't care to download some stuff, but it's just.
Yeah, but see, with us in cybersecurity, we're gonna have a whole lot of tools. Am I
Well, I
right,
know, but until
Lee?
I get that, until I start getting that salary pay, you know what I mean? I ain't gonna have no money for anything else. I mean,
Everything that I show you will be free.
That's where Lee comes in at.
I'll show you. I'll show you the free stuff that I use. I'm not in.
Okay.
I just sent you a test email.
Let's see.
And that should go straight to your inbox.
Yeah. Let's see. I'll find.
Well, since you got me straight, I'm already situated. As a matter of fact, I just got through with Slack and all that stuff. The link that Mary Cruz sent us for Slack.
Mm-hmm.
I got that downloaded on my laptop and everything. Just had that open and stuff. So I'm good. So I'm gonna head out for the night.
All right,
Daniel, go get that. Go get that wonderful computer from Walmart or somewhere like that.
Man, I ain't got no money. I tried to talk to Mary Cruz about all that stuff, like like a month ago. Like they said that they help, try to figure something out about the computer, at least to help me figure out the what was up with it because it kept crashing out on me. I mean, trust me, I done tried everything.
Oh, you tried everything?
Oh yeah, everything at my fingertips that I had, that I could use. But I mean,
in
there
the
it is.
chat.
Yeah.
You saw the email or you saw the link?
I see the link right now. I mean, I can click on it. I don't see
Click
the
on the
email.
link and let me know what you see.
Okay.
Excuse me. The email that you're sending out that's not the Cert Master where we can do the labs and stuff, right?
No. This is just Google Classroom, where you'll see the slides and this recording that we did tonight.
Okay.
Did you see the link that he put in the chat?
Yeah. There it goes. See, my computer's just wanting to be slow. It's pulling it up right now. We'll see what it does. I meant to restart my Wi-Fi and stuff, and I've been super busy, so I ain't been able to. I have to get a Ethernet cord and run it straight from the box.
That would be a world of difference.
Daniel, if you're gonna be in tech, you're gonna have to come on up with the latest and
Well,
greatest.
yeah, they just gonna have to hold up. It's the only thing I can tell them until I start getting some money in. You know what I mean? Like it is what it is. Like they ain't handing out money to go get a brand new computer. None. I mean, it sounds good.
Me and Dan
really
said we do what we can with what we got.
Yeah, I mean, and I done good to get this. You know what I mean? It's an old computer that I had from work, so.
Trust and believe. I'm working on a phone and a desktop. Like y'all see me here. That's why I'm looking here because this is where my desktop is at. But for y'all to see me, I got to use the phone for lack of webcam.
Yeah, well, see, I was doing that too, and it was actually Smart Connect between
Mhm.
my computer and my phone, and it
Oh,
was
we make it happen. At
working.
one point, I was over there and I was casting what was on my phone onto the TV. Like we was gonna
Yeah,
make it happen.
yeah. Hey, see, I was doing the same thing, and it was, I mean, it was working perfect too. And then it's just it started the stuff up again when it just it'll just start working perfectly fine, super fast, and then it'll just crash out in the middle of like
I could tell you right now, if it's a Windows 8,
do what?
yeah. If it's a Windows 8,
Yeah.
I'm I hate to break it to you. It's
Yeah, I mean, I know, but I mean, I'm not really not had no problems out of it until I mean, lately, of course, trying to put all this stuff on it. You know what I mean? Running so much at one
that,
time, it's
that's what I was saying in the class is that they make it to where they're gonna make it so unbearable to where you are going to have to upgrade.
you're just gonna get so bad you end up busting or something. What's gonna happen? Yeah, I
It,
mean,
at this point, it's like it's trying to really pull up email.
yeah, I mean, it is so slow. Like I just now, I think I've got into it finally.
I did put the link in there to the donation center link for
Yeah.
donating those computers to to the graveyard.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna head out. I gotta feed my face.
Okay.
All right, then.
All
All
right.
right. See you Thursday.
All right, take it easy.
Bye bye.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. I
All right.
think.
I'm actually going this time. All right. Good night. I'm going this time, Lee.
All right, then. Y'all take it easy.
All right.
I think I got you, Daniel. I don't see your email
Yeah,
anymore.
I am, man, my.
Yeah, I
I'm
got you.
sorry. We can go ahead and jump off because I mean my computer right now. I mean the battery's about shot in it, and it literally just popped up. Battery's about to die, so it's probably gonna die before I even get plugged up. Maybe
Well, I
not.
got you. I got you in there, so you good to
Okay.
go.
Okay, brother. Hey, I appreciate it, dude. You have a good night.
All right, y'all too. Y'all take it easy.
Hey, you do the same.
All right. Good night.
Night.
How much of a cybersecurity risk that can be as they leave, and it can be a risk given the fact that when you have that many knowledgeable people leave their jobs, it does open up opportunities for inexperienced individuals to come in and take advantage of things that they might not know of. But me knowing the government, they're probably going to hire from within and be able to fill those slots without any kind of hiccup. But the reason why I think it's important for you guys is that if you never heard of this website right here, usajobs.gov, this is where a lot of the federal government jobs will be posted, and they are big fans of cyber jobs, and they are big fans of remote jobs as well. And the one thing I like about the government, federal government, is that they don't really try to lowball you when it comes to your salary. They are going to be straight up and down with you. It's more um, of a list instead of trying to negotiate based off of your qualifications. If you don't meet their qualifications, you probably won't get the call back. But if you do and you are offered, you don't have to really shy away from numbers like this. And the wonderful thing about that is that that's going to be there first and 15th without any kind of hesitation. So I really kind of, wow, this is very important. And yes, it does pose a threat to our government, but our government will be at a threat when it comes to cyber crimes, regardless if they got the top notch guys in there or people that are learning on the jobs. But I promise you, they probably won't have people learning on the jobs as they go back into the Pentagon. They'll probably pull them from other branches within the other departments, sorry, in the government, and be able to backfill those positions real quick. But on that note, since everybody kind of moves up, then places like this, USA Jobs, will probably have openings that might want to take a look at. So I'll throw this into the chat
Hey, Lil Lee, can you hear me?
Yeah. Got you. The only thing I would say is that government jobs, at least federal government jobs, resumes are a bit different than your typical bullet point style resumes. I would suggest looking up how to write a federal resume and then put that application in. That is not a short process. This is a long process to put in for these jobs. And the terrible thing about USA jobs is that they may not they may not contact you back after you spent 15 minutes filling out an application. They are notorious with just not following up, and it's just bad. But I just really wanted to bring that up, and good to see everybody. If you can, please turn on your cameras. Um, hopefully, we're not going to hold you guys too long today. Now, if you're driving, please just get to your destination safely. Don't worry about cameras, and I don't want that to be on us. So, whenever you get to your destination, please just turn on your camera then. Um, any questions before we move on to our 5 questions? I put that link into the chat as well. All right. Where is it? It's right here. All right, 5 questions, just like how we did on Tuesday. I got 6 because I had owed you guys one from Monday. So let me get my clock ready. Whenever you guys are ready to put your answer in the chat, I'm gonna go ahead and start the clock, and then we'll read it after the clock stops. Time now. All right. As part of a tech security, a technician loans a laptop to an employee when they are conducting a business travel. And upon return of the device, the technician reformats the drive and reloads the operating system and all relevant software. After several years of following this process, the laptop has become sluggish and freezes up. What component is likely causing this type of computer behavior? Motherboard, SSD, RAM, or CDs? So which I can hear you, Jonathan, but I don't know if you can hear us. That's you got to troubleshoot that on your own side. Which one can we take out from these 4? So, crap. Given the fact that CDs are removable, they're probably not going to stay in a computer for that long of a time, being sent out over and over again. Plus, this technician has reloaded the software, um, after each and every iteration. So we could take CDs out. What's another one that we can kind of remove from this scenario, saying that it's just not part of what would be causing the sluggishness?
I say motherboard.
Okay. And I agree with you. The motherboard is kind of going to be just a sedative part of the laptop. It's not going to really, we get upgraded, but you're not going to be spending money on a motherboard. So that leaves us with SSDs and then RAM. So we all know what SSD stands for? Because I'm assuming everybody we good on RAM.
Solid state drive.
Solid state drives. So which one would we consider to be the cause of the computer sluggishness? If we upgrade one, what could up the performance of that computer if we upgrade SSD or the RAM?
It'll be B. If we update the drives, then we could put more storage on it, like an external. Is that what you're saying?
If it was coming from a hard drive, yes, we could definitely see a performance boost in the SSD part. Could we see more performance in upgrade of RAM memory? So if we had 4 gigs and went up to 8 gigs or 12 gigs, is that possible too?
Yes.
Right. So okay, this is one of the questions that I love from CompTIA, because this is what makes you second guess yourself or sit here for 2 minutes and try to really kind of, what are they asking? They're saying that even though this laptop goes out and back and forth and is re-imaged, when it's re-imaged, that's this the formats. When he says the technician reformats, that means cleans the hard drive. So everything from the hard drive is cleaned off. There's no residue or anything left over on the hard drive there. So even if it's a HHD or HDD and a solid state drive, it's a new drive. So after the reformat, but upgrading the RAM, when you reformat it, it does nothing to the RAM. The RAM just kind of starts back over and just still handles all of the memory pieces of it. But when you upgrade it and you give it more capacity to do more things, then you're able to see more of a performance boost out of that based off of this scenario. So just wanted to kind of really kind of talk through that. The answer would be C. But that's a perfect example of what CompTIA likes to do. They'll give you a bunch of stuff that they really kind of ask, and you don't really need to take into consideration. But once we get our two out of here, right, we don't have to bother with those two, and we could just really concentrate on either one or the other, then it increases our chances of picking the right answer. All right, awesome. Next question, 30 seconds. Okay. An employee is leaving a company and must return the removable storage devices they have. What devices will the employee likely return? Select all that apply. Now, before we jump into the four, whenever we see from a CompTIA question, if they say these words, select all that apply, it's more than one. I can almost guarantee that. It's going to be more than one. So just don't just pick one whenever you see those things in parentheses. Okay. So they need to give back removable storage, stuff we can plug in and take out. What things would that consider? What things can we take out? What things are we just not gonna have as an employee? We can go ahead and
A,
take
B,
D
and
out.
C.
Say it again.
A, B, and C.
Okay, let's keep those. I'm gonna just go ahead and take RAM out, right? So a wireless
Mhm.
card, a USB flash drive, and SD. Can we all agree that the USB flash drive is probably one of the things that we'll have to get back? All right, cool on that. SD card. Um, my bad. I gotta let me see what a SD card looks like again. Oh, yeah. All right. SD card. SD card will be one of these cards that normally goes in like high end cameras, or sometimes they go into Android phones for more memory storage.
So basically, the memory card like we always use on our phones.
Yes,
Something like that. Okay.
those are SD cards. Now, the wireless card is something different that goes with networking. So, wireless card normally looks like this. And the thing about this is that um, this is typically not sent out by IT, and it's kind of already integrated into a laptop, which is your Wi-Fi antenna. You just don't see it. You know what I'm saying? So um, now, back in the day, they did have it. It looked almost like a credit card that you could slide into the slot of a laptop. But in this case, this is probably not going to be something that we give out in IT. So a USB flash drive, and since now SD card is not normally given out as well, but since we see select all that apply, I know I'm picking another one, and I know I'm not giving out RAM. So let's go ahead and just let's go with it, and the answer will be B and C here. Okay, these are our
So
best answers. Mhm.
so on the wireless cards, but that would that be like some places you go in if they got legacy systems, they might give a Wi-Fi
Yeah, but
card.
they changed to like wireless dongles now. So um they kind of look like these. You just plug them in, and
Yeah.
they get the Wi-Fi signal, but
Right.
they
Okay.
don't look like how it did back in the day. Again, remember, this A plus exam is not necessarily going to teach us the latest and greatest, but we need to, if we just so happen to run across a Wi-Fi card, um, we need to
Because
know
that's what
exactly what we're looking,
right, because that's
because
what I
this
got. I
is.
got
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
that's what I got one of the little dongles that you just talked about. It plugs in for my wireless mouse and stuff.
Right. Now, see, those are normal in today's world. But if we see this, let's say in a security setting, if we are doing inventory and we see this plugged into a server somewhere, um, do we know what we're looking at? And that's kind of the importance of doing these type of basic knowledge courses, is that it just gets us aware of what we're going and seeing out here in the wild. So, all
And
right.
that would that be for that would be like when we do the if we're on doing a what you call it to the audit.
You're not going to do an audit, but when if you're doing like a pre-audit, like let's just we're getting ready to be audited, um,
Mm-hmm.
you would go by and check these things. Or if you're just doing a random sweep of the building and you see someone with with that hanging out of their desktop, and you know that you connect everybody through Ethernet, it can raise questions. And
Okay.
a good penetration tester might use something like that. And when I mean a penetration tester is kind of a good hacker, someone who
Mm-hmm.
hacks for a company. So they may use this type of technology to test your knowledge to see if you know what you're looking at. All right. Next question, 30 seconds. A student is learning about a computer hardware, and the instructor selects them to identify the component that executes a program instruction code. How should the student respond?
No, it's cool.
Seemed like nobody was tripped up on this. All right, so we good on it being the CPU that executes. If any type of instructions is coming to a computer, the brain is going to be the brain that's doing all of the thinking, execution would be the CPU. The RAM is going to help the brain with the memory part, helps it to remember, hey, you got these applications over here too. Go back to them and help them out. The cache is going to be kind of like memory, where it's just kind of holding is do we all know what the cookies are in the computer world? Kind of like cookies. So
We should. Our websites tell us they putting them on our phones.
yeah, they tracking you now. Um, so cache is going to be in that realm of keeping a very short memory of characteristics of whoever user you're on, and then the hard drive will be a long-term solution of storage. So really, all three of these are kind of like memory when you really think about it. If you had to put them in the categories, the CPU is the only one that's making decisions and executing. All right, next question, 30 seconds.
Yes. So, technically speaking, the cookies is what they use to track you, right? Or they used to follow what you're watching or saying on the internet, right?
Yes.
Did not know that. Thank you. So basically, when a website is giving you prompts to start up, and then it's asking you whether you're allowed to cookies, that's because they want to find out what you are saying
They're giving you
or
the option
tracking.
of can they look at your characteristics, your behaviors. Where have you been before? Why did you land on our website? And it's a selling tactic more than anything. Well, not a selling tactic. It's gathering data so they can sell to their customer more better. So if I understand that most of my people are coming from ESPN, then I can pretty much say, you know what, I need to make commercials that will be geared to uh, men from 25 to age 45, and I won't have to worry about making a commercial for everybody. I could just focus in on that different group because I see that in the cookies, traffic is coming a lot from ESPN.
But
If I'm like,
that's just like we on Facebook. I see a lot of stuff for different security things like what we're studying now.
mm-hmm.
And I've clicked on them and looked at them so now I get a lot of ads, a lot of Facebook ads related to security stuff like that.
Yep. And if you want to see it work for yourself, just look up something that you normally haven't looked up ever, and see and go back to one of your big websites like uh, Bing or Google, not Google, but Yahoo, or it's another one. But either one of those sites that's advertising a lot on the sides, they'll tell you exactly. Oh, you've been looking at herbal tea. Here we have these different herbal tea companies that will love to get your eyes on their advertisement. All right, let's jump into this question. An engineer is designing a new computer system and wants to provide a active cooling to provide airflow and dissipate heat from around the components. What will the engineer use in the system? Heat sinks, fans, thermal paste, or thermal pads? All right, pretty much on pace with this. Okay, now let's look at this. Which can we? I'm gonna ask the question: can we take two of them out that we know that just won't do anything with heat? Well, all of them kind of do something with heat.
I feel like the thermal, because it's asking for something that's active. So I would take out the thermal paste and the thermal pads. The fans are going to be doing it while it's blowing air while it's heating up,
Mm-hmm.
and so will the heat sinks in a little bit. So I would take out C and D.
Okay. Um.
And then with fans, I learned
Yeah.
too that when you set your desktop up, and I think we talked about this in the last class, but it's where you have to set it up to whereas um that desktop or whatever is at least 6 inches or so away from the wall or something like that.
Yes. That will in turn see the heat sink is going to pull heat away from that CPU, right? But then that fan needs to tell it where to go in that box. And to your point, if that box is near the wall, then it's just pulling the hot air to the wall back into the box. So we prefer the desktop to be, mm, Lord, y'all ain't see that. We prefer the desktop to be on top of the desk. But if you have to have it under the desk, make sure that you kind of have that desktop away from, like you said, the wall, maybe a good 5 to 6 inches away, so you can at least get your hand back there. If it's to a point where when you look back there and there's dust bunnies or it's just a bunch of cables back there too. Cable management is big, but it's not talked about in this core. But cable management, if you just have a bunch of stuff around the back of your desktop, you're probably going to create more heat than actually dissipating. So to go back to this question, thermal paste and thermal pads, we use those things to wipe off our CPU and then paste our CPU onto its bracket. That's going to help with the heat as well. But it's like you, to your point, it's not active. The active is going to be the heat sink and the fans. But what is the better option here is going to be a upgrade in the fans versus the heat sinks. All right.
Now, what if I got it? What if I got that? I asked you about the thin clients, the little smaller ones,
Mm-hmm.
and I got it sitting on the desk and everything. Would that be, you really wouldn't have to worry about that too much, would you?
Only if it gets hot on its own. But those thin clients, most of those small factor desktops are, they have to worry about you have to worry about heat because it's a smaller package. And you you still want to give it airflow, but you don't have to really worry about it as much as the bigger ones that can take um, bigger video cards and get more components inside of the desktop.
Okay.
So this is a picture of the heat sink. They can look different, but typically it's going to look like a little design on top of the CPU.
It kind of looks like a radiator. So
Right.
it kind of looks like.
So,
Almost like aluminum block on the car.
and they get hot.
Yeah.
They get hot. So when you're thinking about something this big, you're gonna need a box that can house this as well as put a fan around it to push around the heat. So keep those things in mind. All right. Yes. I'm reading the chat. So, all right. Let's move on. 30 seconds. Mm-mm. Okay, let's talk about it. A support technician opens a case to a PC and saw a square socket component. What component has the support tech located? I hope this gives me a good picture. It does not. Let's look at a motherboard. Maybe we didn't touch on that.
No, we
I'm
didn't,
sorry. My bad.
but that's it's gonna be an adapter because you're looking at a square socket, something square in a socket.
No, there's only one square thing on that motherboard.
Really? Other than the hard drive.
I was
Square.
thinking like an SSD is square, but maybe
The square piece that sits
yeah.
in the middle of the socket, the motherboard.
Y'all see my mouse?
Yeah.
This is the only square thing there. Like now, everything does have four sides, yes. Other than the whole motherboard, but the only everything else is rectangles.
So the square, that's the CPU, isn't it?
That is correct.
Oh,
That'll be the only, and that's the only socket, something to receive and lock in there.
so you're throwing in a brain wrencher, huh? Okay.
I'm sorry. CPU is going to be typically square. That brain would always be square, no matter what diagram I pull up. That CPU is going to be there. So when y'all open that case, it's going to be in the same spot, not the same spot, but y'all should be able to recognize it each and every time. Or it's going to be under this heat sink. Got me? Our eyes is every time I click on a picture, our eyes should directly go to the big square right here. That's the brain. Okay. So that's where we would, we'll take it out of this socket, clean it with some alcohol, the thermal paste wipes, not the thermal paste, but the thermal wipes, put some new thermal paste on it, put it back into its little socket holder, put the clamp over it, lock it down.
So the thermal paste serves for what purpose?
Keeping that connection between it and the motherboard, and it
Oh,
helps with
okay.
the heat as well.
Oh, okay.
All right. Last question. This is tricky, but I just want to see where we're at. Try your best. All right, let's jump into it. A desktop technician was troubleshooting a computer that would not connect to the network and suspected that the network interface card was not working. However, the technician tested the NIC and it was working. What will the technician do next? Establish a new theory, implement a plan of action, test the theory, or implement preventive measures.
Me personally, I would implement a plan of action because I need to figure out why why it's not connecting and everything, and figure out what I need to do next.
Okay. Today we're going to go over this type of um, actions. So I'll say to you, Jonathan, is that as you being a technician at heart at trade, don't overthink it. Just look what the question is asking and then just answer that question.